then I muted you, so it shouldn't.
Or Indian guy, okay.
Man, always fighting against those who came over as slaves. Always, man. It's a battle. Always a battle. I come free and I'm still a battle.
Okay, we are ready to go.
Okay, try to call this meeting to order. Roll call.
Weir. Pater.
Here.
Lurson.
Here.
Shannon.
Here.
Morris.
Here.
Passanello. Schneider. All right.
Okay. We'll stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Like a planning commission up here, no wonder. Hold on, guys, I gotta get the right agenda.
Are we supposed to be able to hear them when they talk?
I can put the microphone over here.
Okay.
So,
Because that's what, so we can't hear them.
Okay, next item is the Crossroads Village concept presentation.
yes. So, is Don is here. All right, Don, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, and then I have the flash drive with your presentation.
It just set me off, took me off too.
You right there.
You still on it? Yes, sir. Took me off.
Can't see videos of some people, but
No, you're still on there, Steve.
Doesn't show. I can see it. It says launch meeting Zoom.
yeah, you're still there. Your videos here too.
Yeah, you're on the Google Chrome. If you Alt-Tab, you should go to Zoom.
Minimize that page. Let it go over to the right. Maybe.
So if you Alt-Tab, do an Alt.
There I am. Okay, got it. Thank you. I was trying to pull the agenda up too, but I'm good. Thank you.
Can anyone hear me?
All right, yes, we can hear you, Don.
We can't.
Okay, good. Very good. So you want me to take it away?
Yes, I've got your flash drive, so you just tell me what you need me to pull up.
All right, great. Well, good evening, council. Glad to see you guys and gals. Glad this technology allowed us to jump in on this this way. Let's see. Why don't you just bring up the overall general development plan, Chris, that shows all the various uses and.
Are we going to be able to see this on Zoom, Chris?
Well, I guess I should share my screen.
Okay.
Oh,
Thanks.
Emily, can you open that so I can share my screen?
Try it now.
Yep. Okay, very good. So this is the overall plan that we are have submitted through Emily and Chris, showing the various changes, all the good news that's going on with the project. Just going to give you a quick brief on it. Starting with all the retail uses, we have coming in is Lidl grocery, which is the large box there that he's pointing to, shown on the site plan or GDP. Then going from west to east, you've got the Starbucks pad, which is will be coming before with an SUP. That's a multi-tenant building, so there would be another smaller tenant beside the Starbucks. So that plan, I believe, works well in terms of layout. Starbucks has reviewed and approved that particular layout. So that's coming before you guys. We have, going on to your east, we have another pad that is a intended fast casual food use. It's going to be just an amended site plan, as it's that one's already been that SUP's already been approved through the processes, so that's just shown as how it would be amended on the amended site plan. And then further to the east, of course, is the Taco Bell shown on the plan, and again, that's been previously reviewed and approved. And then to the north, behind there, you've got two multi-tenant buildings. Those two multi-tenant buildings are the same as you've seen before. They've been reviewed and approved, and we are, pre-leasing those. We've got a couple of tenants. We've got a few tenants looking at the larger building that's to the west. Looking to take the entire building, but again, it's currently designed as a multi-tenant building, so we could put in, 4 or 5 tenants or one, depending on the uses that come about. Then behind that, to the north, is you've got the townhomes that have not been changed and was previously reviewed and approved. And then going over to the far northwestern corner, which Chris, you can zoom in on that if you'd like. So we've had some different iterations that we had proposed over time. We've exhausted the hotel, the assisted living, daycare uses. We had looked at, alternative uses. We've been to the market for, unfortunately, a couple of years on this, trying to, find the appropriate use that could work. And the market has clearly spoken to us. So what we're doing here is trying to get a use that will work, that will jumpstart, will get the project moving forward. This plan does work. If we can get everyone to agree upon this plan, we think we can get moving dirt late first quarter, early second quarter of 2021. Currently shown here is 78. We've laid out 78 2/2 units that preserved the green space. I'm going to call it a pocket park for lack of a better term, but there's that green space between the 2/2s and the townhomes that we were kind of designing I call it a pocket park, which is kind of some meandering walks and some I think we had some benches and things that was shown. So all that stays intact with this particular plan. These 2/2s, we've kind of done a market overview and kind of talked to some home builders, obviously looked within and around the town. I would consider these units to be workforce housing in terms of price points, I think that we're going to be able to start these units at around $345,000, $350,000, which I think in this day and age, everybody would agree that's affordable and a good price point for starter families and that kind of thing. They all have 2-car garages, and I think that in terms of traffic impacts, I think we've submitted some things that, will come before you. You'll see them at some point. I think Emily has them or Chris has them. And the traffic impacts is substantially lower. I think it's about to the tune of, I think it's about 3 times lower in terms of traffic impacts here with these 2/2s as would be the approved uses, being the hotel use, daycare, and so forth. So I guess that's a positive. We've looked at a few reports and studies on the impact of school-age children, and I think Emily or Chris, if you don't have those reports yet, you'll have them within a day or two. We found 3 reports that are appropriate to provide. One report was done that encompassed a national, kind of a national level overview of different various home types and uses. Then there was one we found that specifically was targeted to Virginia, and then Councilman Weir, he had pointed us to one that was done by Prince William County. So we've also pulled that into it. If you take the national stats and data, and you take the Virginia stats and data, which those 2 groups actually are the only 2 that spell out owner occupied or owned units in multifamily. The Virginia and the national, if you do an averaging of those for owner occupied multifamily, the impacts for 78 units here would be 6.4 school-aged children for the totality of the 78 units. If you looked at just Virginia, and you looked at just the all multifamily, in other words, apartments, if you lump everything together and say apartments and also multifamily owned, which would be, of course, 2/2s, some stacked townhomes, condominium owned units. If you look at that, the Virginia report shows 25.6 children for every 100 homes. And the Prince William County report, which it doesn't break it out, so that's kind of why I'm going through these math gymnastics, is the Prince William County report only shows it multifamily lumped together. It doesn't distinguish between owned units being 2/2s or stacked towns or anything like that, and apartments. It just lumps it all together. And Prince William County shows that one, I think, at 33.6 students per 100 housing units. So it kind of matches the Prince William County report, comes fairly close to matching the Virginia report in terms of just lumping everything together. But the best data that we can provide and will provide is where it actually breaks it out into owned product versus apartment product. And there's a substantial distinction or gap between those two. If it's a rental, if it's an apartment versus if it's an owned home unit, the delta is significant in terms of impact. So anyway, have you gotten that yet, Emily? Has Brian sent that to you? She might not be here.
I have not gotten that yet,
Okay, all right,
but I'll touch base with him on the application.
okay. I'll ping him as well tomorrow, just to remind him to get that into you, so you'll have that whenever the time is right.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. And I think overall the plan that we're proposing is basically traffic neutral. If you look at the overall plan, you know, the original traffic study that was done and then the updated data that was provided basically shows a neutral impact. And I think even Grove Slades even wrote a letter of opinion to that fact that was provided, that will be provided with the applications. So I think all that's fairly positive for the submission and the review process. Yeah, I think the only question I have, and then I'm absolutely open for any kind of constructive criticisms or comments or anything you'd like for me to take back to the guys. But the question I had is, do you guys have a date yet set for the December Planning Commission?
So, I can answer that, Don. We have a date for the Planning Commission meeting. However, I'm still reviewing the application that was submitted 2 weeks back. So I will touch base with you on when we can do the first public hearing.
Are you thinking that now that's going to get pushed because you don't have enough time to advertise it, or?
Our Planning Commission meeting is, it's still 2 weeks out, but I will need to talk with Chris. So I'll touch base with you tomorrow and we can square away that date.
All right. Well, if we can hold the December, that would be very much appreciated. We tried to get everybody really focused on getting this stuff in time for you. So I hope we can make it work for everybody. And you're still working on the dates, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Anybody have any questions, any comments? Anything that I didn't maybe specifically say or speak out?
All right, Don, we do have some questions.
Just for clarification, do I need to unmute?
No, so you just won't be able to hear what you say.
Oh, that's good.
You know what you were saying?
Just for clarification, and I think this question is more for Chris or Emily, because of what Don said a while ago. When was this submitted to the staff for review? Because this is important if we're going to be setting precedents as far as giving the staff enough time to review, to vet, so that they're not being pressured by applicants. I think it's very important for us to understand what's the time frame that we are looking at. When was it submitted for review?
Okay. So I can see some hands up, but can't hear. The question was, when was the application submitted, Emily?
The application was submitted the week of November 16th. I would have to look at it for the exact date.
Chris, I would suggest everybody unmute when they want to speak. That way people on there are going to be able to hear.
Yeah, I misunderstood what he was asking me the first time. So yes, you do need to unmute to be able to speak. Just you don't need to turn the volume up on your computer. I apologize.
So just to repeat my question, just to ensure that the staff is being treated fairly as far as reviewing applications is concerned. When was it that this application was submitted to the staff to be reviewed in hope of getting it onto the December PC meeting. And Emily's response was the week of November 14th.
Yes, and to clarify, if it goes to the planning commission meeting, it is going as a public hearing for the special use permit. The only thing that was submitted so far is the special use permit for those dwelling units there in the back. And then I believe there was also a submission for an amended SUP up front in one of the restaurant uses. Again, I'd have to look back at the exact date of when it was submitted.
I understand the date, and I'm sure it's probably in that region, November 16th. But is there anything else we need to convey to Don, the applicant, as far as what may be outstanding, so there's no last-minute issues of any misunderstandings that he's thinking that it's a public hearing for the SUP? I just want to make sure that we're not getting into any issues that we've done in the past where applicants were not informed or they thought something differently that was going forward.
Understand. Yeah, I will touch base with Don tomorrow to discuss with him the steps forward and what date we can hold the first public hearing. He and I have talked before about the timeline, the amount of time it takes to publicly notice, and what documents are needed prior to that. So I do believe, and Don, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we've had a pretty good conversation to date about everything I need, and I've kept also his attorney, Brian Prater, in the loop, and he's been really good about submitting all the documents.
So as of this point in time, Emily, and I'm sorry to belabor it, but this is more in protecting you, the staff, as well as the applicant, but more so you, because comments may come back that the staff did not handle an application correctly. As of this moment, there are outstanding documents leading up to the December PC meeting or public hearing.
So the only outstanding documents right now that we're needing would be the data showing the schools numbers and just clarifying that we have the correct information for how they're classifying the dwelling units as well.
Okay.
Correct. I would agree with that, Emily. I think the just for clarification, you know, we are submitting only for the two SUPs, and that is for the 78 2/2s and then the Starbucks SUP in the front. So those are the two SUPs, and I believe we have confirmed that we've submitted everything except just you'd asked for the student generation, anything we had on that. So we'll have that to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Chris, I have a question if I could.
All right, go ahead.
My question, Emily, several months ago, it may have been at the last council, I don't recall, you were asked a question about what a timeline should be for something like this, and I thought you said 3 months or so. That was for the project down the street. You recall that?
So in this case, we're just starting the process. They've submitted the documents in order for me to gather all the information and put together a staff report. Once that staff report's put together and I have all the information I need, I then submit a public notice to the paper, and then that is done 2 weeks prior to a planning commission meeting, and then the planning commission will hold their public hearing and will start the process officially. So this is just the beginning of that longer 4 to 6 month process for the SUPs.
Got it. Thank you very much. And Don, just one question. Being on a previous council, and so your SUP, basically, we're going from 79 townhouses to 157?
Well, the distinction is these aren't townhomes. These are 2 over 2 condominium units. So they're a different product type. They're much smaller. They're about half the size of these traditional townhomes. But yeah,
But they're residential. That's my point.
Yeah, we have
Okay.
79 towns and 78 2 over 2s. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the questions I have.
Bob? Go ahead.
Right, I'm gonna probably sound a lot like Resident Bob. Resident Bob, Councilman Bob are pretty much the same. And I think a lot of you have heard this before in other venues. Emily, until we get a complete staff report and all of the agency comments, particularly in this case, Prince William County School Board comments from their planning division, ostensibly VDOT comments from the county, and other things like that, in my view, and I hope that the rest of the council will agree, there should be no rush to schedule a public hearing before all the documentation and all the information and all of the data is available, so that when we have a public hearing, everybody can be fully informed. Now, if that doesn't meet previous council's parameters, there's a reason. Because in my view, if this wasn't handled properly in the past and has been unduly rushed in the past, I don't see any manner in which we can arrive at a public hearing for the December meeting for an application that was received this month. I mean, it's going to take 30 days at minimum to get agency comments, and that's if we push it from everybody else. And I suspect that the county school board's not going to give us those comments within 30 days, just given their meeting schedule and the requirement for the planning office or their planning office to generate their potential numbers. With respect to those particular numbers, it's my understanding when we consider those, we have to consider them on a local basis, not a state or a national basis, because of the impact that those numbers have on things like conditions and proffers and such. If I look at Prince William County and their current calculation, both the county planning office and the school division planning office consider these units to be townhouses for purposes of calculating student generation. In fact, they just changed the county ordinance with respect to this, with redefining these, or actually more precisely defining these particular units as townhouses, not as condominiums. There was an issue that came up 3 or 4 years ago that necessitated that change. I should know. I wrote the change for the county. So I'm not buying that these are multifamily units. I mean, by definition, they're actually townhouses, not only in Prince William, but in also other surrounding jurisdictions. And to that, if you apply the Prince William County generator for students, 78 townhouse units generates 48 plus or minus 50% students. Historically, it has always trended toward the plus 50%, so you're looking at 72, not 6 students. I want to see a lot more numbers, and I want to see a lot more data before anybody considers taking out a public notice and scheduling a public hearing. You know, that this has been handled on a far too expeditious and ambitious time frame in the past doesn't mean that we have to continue down that road.
We'll touch base with all of the outside agencies and see when the earliest they can have their comments back, and then work on our staff report from town hall side and touch base with the planning commission liaison and the planning commission chairman to best determine when this first public hearing can happen.
Emily, this is Marshawn. As a follow-up to that, if we could have those referrals in the PC packet, or at least have them published somewhere that we can review them, that'd be helpful. Also, to Don, quick question. If you discussed this already, I apologize. The phasing plan, what is your current phasing plan? It sounds like Lidl's committed an LOI. You have some other LOIs for the commercial are you still under contract with Pulte to build the units in the back?
Yeah, Mershant, we've got contracts for all the townhomes. We have contracts for most of the other uses. We're currently entering into a contract red line with Lidl. So that's probably going to be within the next few weeks. We'll have something ratified. We've got a ratified letter of intent, but a ratified agreement with them. And so I think in terms of phasing, you know, if we can get everybody comfortable in an agreement with the plan, we're gonna tear this thing up in a single phase development. So this site would be fully developed in a single phase. So we'd come in mass grading, roads, infrastructure. We'd start delivering. Most likely we would deliver Lidl, grocer pad first, and then shortly behind that would be the housing. Put in the roads and infrastructure, start delivering the housing lots, and then build all the retail while housing is getting built. So LF Jennings has got a plan to where they've got 3 different subgroups working in different phasings and in different areas on the site to deliver in a single phase.
Thank you. Another question, there's still a plan for a traffic light. There's 3 entrances. You have the main entrance is still providing a traffic signal. And if you or Emily can remind me when that phasing or when that trigger is again for that light.
The trigger is VDOT, obviously. That's VDOT imposed. It's based on a certain traffic generation. I'm confident that when Lidl data gets put into the traffic generation for VDOT, for the traffic signal trigger, that will trigger it along with the other uses that's already been discussed and provided. So I think we'll have VDOT triggering the traffic signal on the onset. So we'll be designing the traffic signal very quickly so we can have that online and installed as quick as VDOT and everybody else will review and approve.
Okay, and as far as the approved plan goes, there's no additional widening of Washington Street. There's sufficient lanes and deceleration lanes in the project. It's just the light, correct?
I think from my remembrance, there are the signal, and then I think there has to be I think there's a median that has to be installed, and then of course some turn lanes. But I think all that is designed and anticipated to be on the on our side of the property line, and not we certainly don't have any impacts to the other side of Route 55. Yeah.
Okay. And also timing of the pedestrian improvements, you're assuming if you do it all under one phase, you'll have the sidewalks in place before the use is open, or is there a phasing for the the pedestrian improvements?
All of the sidewalks will go in just before the landscaping plan, and so you would have uses being built out but not open, while all of the sidewalks, irrigation systems, and then final landscaping would be installed before occupancy on any of the buildings. Yeah.
The reason why I'd ask is obviously if the residents are there, they're going to need some connectivity to downtown. Yeah. So,
That's right.
Okay, and the last question for now. I see on the graphic here you're still showing interparcel connection to the parcels to the west. So there's still going to be the ability to kind of bypass having to get back on Washington and be able to move between the 2 sites.
Correct, and we've still shown that, by the way, per the approved plan, which is a one-way So it's a one-way egress coming from Chick-fil-A into our parking lots. That certainly can be discussed. If that, if anybody would like to see that become a two-way, we're fine and open with that, but it's currently shown as a one-way currently.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody else with questions? Chris?
Yes, sir. My first comment was to Emily, but Don, I don't think anyone has thanked you as yet, but thank you for sticking it out. It's been a long road, and I'm sure it's going to be worth it. I'm excited to see that you've stuck it out and you're still gearing at trying to make this project work. So on behalf of the council, I just want to say thank you for sticking it out. And secondly, do you understand what was discussed a while ago by Mr. Weir as far as the processes that we need to take for the next step?
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you. We appreciate your time tonight too, and yeah, I'm familiar with all of the various processes that are a part of the planning and so forth on the SUPs. I just want to make sure that we can segregate the distinction between an amended SUP and an SUP versus a GDP or a site plan amendment, which we're not going down that path as of yet. So it's just the two SUPs alone.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Joe.
Joe, you have some questions?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Joe.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Is it okay? Everybody set? Can I jump in and ask a couple questions
Yes.
It's all yours.
over here? Hello. Mr. Wooden, how are you?
I am well. How are you, sir?
Any relation to the basketball coach, UCLA? No, I'm only kidding.
Yeah.
All right, listen, I just wanted to see if I understand this, but before I ask my question, I want to pivot off what Bob said, Councilman Weir, and I think given what happened in 2018, I think it would be very prudent to have all the information available for your public hearing, and so I would agree with him that we need to have all this information. It'll make your job easier, and it'll make everybody else's job easier understanding what it is you're trying to do. So that's just my 2 cents on that. So you're talking about two SUPs, one for the Starbucks because you want to split that property. Is it what I'm understanding?
That is, if you look at the current approved plan, that was approved for a drive-through with bank or a bank with drive-through. So that's the current approved plan.
Are you going to make an adjustment in the formation of it?
And the use. Yeah, so we're taking it from a bank, which obviously we can't find a bank today that wants to do anything with branches. So we've exhausted that use, and we've got Starbucks that has signed a lease and is desirous to close the current Starbucks that they have over in Prince William County and relocate over to the good town of Haymarket in this location. So we need to change the use to a retail use versus a bank. Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be, or maybe it's already factored in the traffic flow for that, because I imagine it will have a drive-up window and what have you.
Yes. Yeah. The traffic study data that was updated by Grove does show that use. Uh-huh.
Yeah, the internal circulation. Okay. Did I hear you say something about fast casual is going to require an amended site plan, or was that an SUP?
kind of call this what you will. I think it's coffee, obviously, or it's fast casual restaurant. But this will be, I think, Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is going to be a new SUP, not an amended SUP, correct?
That is correct. The Starbucks one will be a new SUP. The only thing that was going to be amended right now that we're talking about is the grocery store location will be an amendment to the site plan. But that's not in discussion right now with the applications we've received. We've only received the Starbucks SUP and the dwelling SUPs.
Okay. All right, so then in the future for Lidl or whoever comes in there, we'll have to do an amended site plan.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and I think you answered my questions on the phasing. I'm glad Marchand asked that question because it looks like there's going to need to be a choreography here. It's going to be very interesting how you phase this. One guy on top of another. I guess everybody's going to be constructing at the same time, or is that the thinking?
The thinking is to try to deliver the largest uses first. So that would be to the home builders in the rear and then to Lidl Grocery. Those are kind of the longest lead time builds, and so we would be providing all the infrastructure. We'd be putting in all the roads. We'd be putting in all the underground and above ground utilities, and all the proffered requirements. And then as we're doing that, we would then be delivering to those folks so they could start their lengthy construction process while we focus on all the retail construction that will be under our control and building. So it'll be be orchestrated with those groups.
So
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, but in a single phased plan. Yeah.
All right. So am I thinking correctly that people will be living in the townhomes while construction is going on in front of them?
No, I don't believe so. I think what will happen is we'll be delivering to the home builder lots. So they'll have. It takes approximately 7 to 8 months, I think, to build a dwelling unit. And so while they're doing all their brick and stick construction on the homes, at the same time, the retail, including Lidl, will be constructed. So ideally, it's going to be all starting to have occupancies very much kind of at the same timing.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Is that it?
So one more follow-up question is Marchand. To build on Joe's question, it sounds like when you want to mobilize to the site, there's some utility and some cost savings into mobilizing all at once, getting your utilities in, getting your pad site ready. I guess the idea is to get the site ready, and then each of the various components will come online. Is that a good assumption?
Yeah, that's the big thing that has to happen is that the mass grading, there's an imbalance on the site currently, so there has to be a huge amount of dirt moved on the site, primarily kind of in the center of the property. It crests, so all of that crested property that's kind of down the center running east and west has to be balanced on the site. And once all that site is balanced, then we can start delivering rough graded pads to the various users. Yeah, and of course underground utilities put in. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Chris?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Don, I think I asked you this question a year ago. What are the other options that you have thought of for that back area where you have the 78 2/2 units?
Well, you can only imagine after 2 years, I've probably thought of every possible use and probably talked to every one of them as well. We've exhausted the approved uses being, by right back there on hotel, assisted living, and daycare. I think most recent, one of the considerations that came up is to do data centers. We've got several data center users that have came forward and said, hey, we're game, we're ready. So that's one option that's kind of percolating to the top. We've got pure multifamily in terms of apartments. That's another viable option. I think you could do about 250 to 60 apartment dwelling units on that property. We've looked at that. That's viable. We would likely self-develop that, so we wouldn't sell it. So we certainly could execute on a plan like that. But in our early discussions with staff and with mayor, that one wasn't really that exciting, just because of the quantity of units being 250 to 260 units. But that's what you need in order to make an apartment, multifamily apartment, work financially, and that's what would fit on the property as well. So those are some of the additionally alternative uses that I think could be viable. Of course, the 2/2s. We looked at another product called back-to-backs, which is kind of a stacked townhome, and then of course townhomes. But we discounted the townhomes use because we didn't want to have a competing product in the town with Pulte Homes, and then also we felt like we wanted to kind of help hit the mark for what we thought was really lacking in the town, which was affordable housing, workforce type housing, something that we think is lacking and is needed in the community. So I think we thought 2/2s were a real viable, good product type mix, but that's obviously ultimately decided upon with council.
Thank you, Don. I remember a year ago, one of the possibilities was the adult living facilities. And there were 2 of them that were proposed to be constructed nearby. Do you know if those have been changed or they're still on target to be built?
Yeah, we believe that they are still on target to be built because, we had 2 assisted living groups under contract. And then once they did their study and their analysis under due diligence, they both came back and said the same thing, and that that they felt like that there was an oversubscription of assisted living units currently, and that there was these units coming online, and that that if we could wait 2 to 3 years, then obviously that might work its way out, and there might be opportunity for that. But they said that there was just too much competing units in the market, so they kicked out both of those groups kicked out of their contracts.
I appreciate your diligence with it, but maybe it would. We don't know if those 2 have fallen through, so maybe it's worth just a follow-up to see if they actually are being built. And if they aren't being built, or even just one being built, maybe it's worth a follow-up. I'm just thinking through it because of, I personally don't know where the council stands as far as approving 78 additional, well, not additional, but new 2 over 2 units. But it's worth a shot for you going forward with it, but just to make sure that you're doing your part in looking at other options.
Certainly, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Bob?
There are those that are going to suggest that I'm being overly cynical here. However, if you go back to when this project was originally approved by one of the previous administrations, there was overwhelming public opposition to the residential component, and I would suggest that there's going to be even more overwhelming opposition to additional residential units. I guess I should thank you for your concern with respect to looking for what you believe the town needs in terms of workforce and affordable housing, and you're offering these double stacks as an option to 2 even more onerous potential uses in the form of apartments or a data center. I take a different view. If you go back to how this land and this area of the town was comprehensively planned, and by and large is still comprehensively planned, any of these uses that you're now suggesting to replace what was previously approved diminishes what the town has decided is in its best interest, both from a development standpoint and from a tax-based standpoint. Nothing that's being suggested here this evening or as a potential replacement for what was previously approved comports with the current comp plan for that portion of the parcel, and each one of those uses diminishes the commercial potential of that parcel, and thus the potential for relieving the town residents of their residential tax burden. I'm still looking at this as a commercial sector of the town, not as a residential sector. I'm not sure that placing 2 over 2 double stacks in immediate proximity to the 66 interchange is a good idea. I'm not sure that putting that many units at a density of 21 units per acre is a good idea anywhere. Apart from apartment uses, I don't know of any jurisdiction that has 21 density units per acre for this type of thing. And calling what's a glorified median strip essentially a tot lot or a recreational area because you can manage to fit a park bench on it, it isn't flying with me. I'm not going to be in favor of any of these options that have been voiced tonight. For my 1/6 vote, and that you've gotten yourself into a pickle and can't find a use that comports with what has been previously approved, and now want to find some other way to get the best bang for the buck for the property that you bought. Well, quite frankly, that's not the town's problem.
Mr. Mayor, real quickly, I would just counter that, Bob. Ken and I met with Don, and we talked about the various challenges of it. I would disagree in the sense that we are looking at an update for our plan. The current plan does encourage a variety and mix of housing types. We are continuing to see pressure to develop the West. It would make sense to consider how to redevelop these sites and try to be inclusionary in terms of our housing options. We should vet the details. We should go through the exercise of what the traffic impact is, what the school impact is. But I think we should wait for the application to be submitted, get the public comment, and then be able to evaluate the project once it comes forward. But I think there are merits to this case that we should, as a council and the commission, evaluate.
Unless there's an accompanying comp plan amendment to change the designation of that property, and unless we're going to review everything else in town, then why the hell have a comp plan? I'm tired of people coming in here and it's push, 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 change this, change that, I need this, I need that. To hell with the town's plans and to hell with what we've already done. Let's look at everything anew. Now, I agree. Repurposing some of the buildings, repurposing some of the brownfield space, great. I'm all for that. But this is, for lack of a better term, the closest we've got to greenfield development, at least in a portion of the property, And we've got a plan that's currently in place. Now, if we want to change the plan, hey, we can have that discussion, but at this point in time, through no fault of this council, that comp plan hasn't been redone, and that's the comp plan that we're supposed to be dealing with. And we can talk about traffic, and we can talk about, workforce housing and the need for that, but we also need to consider what the impact is on the commercial market, and if there's any opportunity for us to derive a larger commercial tax base. And that's what the plan has in it right now. So unless somebody's going to bring forth a comp plan, there's no talking about an SUP for that portion of the property because it's not set up for that. At least my understanding of the current code doesn't allow for that. So, are we going to waste a lot of time, effort, and expense by both the applicant and the town staff to consider something that has no chance of going through in its current rendition? Emily, I don't know. Do we need a comp plan amendment? I would suspect we do. I could be wrong. I haven't looked at the code that carefully with respect to this particular usage. But it seems to me a disservice to both the town and to the applicant if we're going to engage in a costly exercise for all parties that is dead before it even hits go.
Chairman or liaison to the Planning Commission, you can initiate a plan amendment to co-process with this, given the fact that the plan's outdated.
It's not my job to initiate a comp plan amendment for an applicant.
But we all agree that the plan is somewhat outdated. So I think we shouldn't be litigating this case before it comes in the door. I understood tonight was to be an information session. We certainly have our concerns about what residential means, the impact on services. But let's let the applicant has the right to ask. We have the right to give our opinion, but let's get it in the door and vet it.
Welcome to Haymarket, Mr. Whitman.
No, but I think Marshawn is correct. Marshawn is correct in the status of the application right now. The applicant has submitted the application, and it's not for us to weigh in on it. As far as I'm concerned, I personally am not in agreement with more townhouses, but it's not my place to be issuing those comments right now. No, whenever the applicant has brought more things forward, that may sway my mind on it. It may sway the PC. But, right now it's the time for the applicant with our town staff to bring these things forward. And that's why, for me, I want to make sure that Don understands, hey, a year ago we discussed adult living. A year ago you knew that I was not in favor of adding 78 units. But right now is your opportunity to do your homework and to bring something to the Planning Commission, which eventually will get to the Town Council. But Marchant is correct. This is not the time to be discussing where our personal views are, even though my personal view right now lines up with Bob. But it's not my place right now to discuss that. My place right now is to afford the applicant an opportunity to bring his application in front of the respective bodies, regardless of what I feel. Because at the end of the next few months of the process is, my mind may change on it, depending on how he justifies what goes there. But I think this area of land is very instrumental to the applicant, and it is something that has held him up and has almost cost other tenants to withdraw their application from that plot of land. So for us to do due diligence to afford the applicant the time to go through with the application, and whenever the time comes for us to make a decision, that's where we can make the decision.
Thank you, sir. Emily, to the Councilman Weir's point, I just do want to confirm the B2 is it is allowed for the current proposed use, correct, under B2?
Are you asking if the multifamily dwelling units are allowed?
Correct.
So you can apply for a special use permit for that in the B2. However, he was referencing that it does not marry up with our comprehensive plan. So that is something that I can pull that section of the comprehensive plan and forward it to you so that you can take a look at what he was referencing.
I see. Okay. Anything else? Any other comments or suggestions you'd like before I sign off?
I assume that's it.
All right, thank you, Don.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, next agenda item, we go into the budget.
Yes, so you have the budget in front of you with the latest numbers I got from Roberto. We should be right around 41.6% at the budget. Based on today's collections and everything, we're actually 3% higher than where we should be, so we're at 44.6%. And in regards to spending, we're only at 35.7%. Granted, there are some bills and things like that that we just haven't received the invoices for yet, but we're tracking pretty well. We're ahead of where we should be for revenue, and we're below where we should be for spending. If you guys have any questions, Roberto's here to answer, and we've also got the full list attached to the agenda.
Any questions by anybody?
I've got that too.
Bob?
Roberto, I've got two that maybe I'm just not seeing it. On the fire program revenue, we've got that listed as an unfunded budget item. What do we need to do to budget it, and do we have any potential allocations for it? Or is that something we need to turn over to the county, or what are we going to do?
So that's something that actually I will address. This is going to take a little bit of work with Roberto and the finance liaisons, because I think there's based on what we've gotten from the state and everything, I think there is some things that we need to identify where we've received all the funds and where exactly they've went. So we're going to have to do some internal auditing to find out all that stuff.
For past years?
For past years, yes.
You're scaring me, but okay.
So, Roberto, isn't that correct?
So there's something we can discuss during the finance committee meeting.
Yeah. So we'll have to do some internal auditing.
Sorry I asked. The other one is the VDOT salaries and wages. We're already at 102.7%. Is that because that's a function of the way the revenues are reported, or have we expended it all?
I'll let Roberto answer that.
What was the question again, Bob?
VDOT salaries and wages are 102.7%. I'm assuming that's because of the way that the revenues are reported, and that'll eventually match up and marry up?
Under the PD?
Yeah.
So that's correct. Yeah, so actually that occurred because when we originally appropriated this budget, amended it, we were given a number that actually, basically, the chief, not the chief, but the police department worked a few hours more than was projected, so we actually collected more than what we projected as well on the revenue side. If you were to go to that line item on that detail, we were projected to collect $2,565. We actually collected $2,700, so it's a little bit more. So it does offset the cost.
Okay.
Waiving, okay. All right, Bob, you said? Okay. Hey, Roberto, I guess the typical question I would ask every time we meet as part of a committee, any areas of concern in your mind as you go through the budget?
No specific areas of concern. In fact, it looks like looking ahead for the third quarter amendment, if things keep tracking the way they do, there is going to be some more appropriations that we'll need to do, which is the good news. But we also don't know that with the current state, how things are, we're not sure how that'll end up, if they'll even out the positive trends and increase we've shown up to date. But as of right now, if things were to go the way it's steady, it looks like we may have some more revenues in order to appropriate third quarter was.
Okay. Just a couple questions. I noticed that the sales tax receipts are really low at this point. I guess I'm going to assume that's COVID related and we're not getting the funding from. Okay.
So no, actually the sales receipt is due to the fact that that is a tax that the county collects for us and they disperse. I believe last quarter around COVID time, that specific department had 3 or 4 finance peoples retire. So they had a whole new group, and we are backlogged. Not just us, but a few other townships as well. That is there's a gentleman, Paul Velasquez, that I talk to monthly. We are still just collecting August sales tax, and that will be reflected in next the town council updated current budget.
So we're behind, and they're trying to get some folks in there to catch up, essentially.
Correct, and unfortunately, with everything going on, a lot of them are working remotely, so it's been really a hard transition for them to, get the people in there and teach them how it's supposed to be done. So we're basically at their mercy right now, but we're just trying to work with them.
And just one more thing on the revenue side, looking at the meals tax, that's really up there, given the fact that it really should be only at 25%, we're at 32. So is it safe to assume for us going forward, we could extrapolate, well, I don't know, not a safe thing to do, but extrapolate that those numbers are going to be quite large, and if I did extrapolate, it'd be almost 900,000.
Yes, and like once again, it all depends. Every month could change. The way things are going now, if we kept a steady trend, yeah, it would probably hit that. But we don't know how the winter months are going to come up, and especially spring. We do have businesses opening up. We have new businesses that are coming into town that will also help that. But yes, it could, unless something were to happen, it could change that.
Yeah, you're starting to freeze up there a little bit. So just one last thing. Under the business license tax, could you do me a favor and put a little note in there? Because that usually isn't due until, what, April 30th?
Correct. But due to some of these, some of the collections we've made have also been because businesses came in late, especially during COVID. We did offer an extension on waiving fees, but now they're beginning to pay those fees. There's also new businesses that are coming through that have opted, instead of paying the minimum, they want to kind of forecast and pay estimated amount that they think they'll do. But yes, that does not come in really into play until April 30th, so around May is when you'll see that number.
So if we could put a little note there as an explanation, perhaps, that would be...
We'll do.
Okay. That's all I have. If anybody else has questions for...
I'm sorry, Bob. Go ahead. I just wanted to touch base with Joe on the meals tax money and the projections. Given the increased restrictions that were put in place 10 days ago, and the change, suspected change in the weather, I guess we're all expecting a harsher winter this year. I don't know that we would be well served by making that projection this early in the year, for what it's worth. I would wait and see until probably after January, see how the winter goes and what additional restrictions, if any, are in place by the governor that would impact our meals tax collections.
Last quarter. You're talking about extrapolate.
Thought it would be, and that's a good thing, but who knows what's going to happen in the winter. So I agree with that.
I just wanted to say, and I totally agree with both your statements, but the one thing I could say is that when we had a similar feeling last council, there's a fourth quarter, we were concerned about this.
Anybody translate?
Many businesses that have Kurt, though I do agree with you.
Okay.
We need to get him a better mic.
All right. Hold on here. I'll try and translate for you, Roberto. Yes, we can hear you, Roberto, but you were freezing up, so I'm going to translate for you a little bit. Hold on.
Hey, if you keep getting this guy, go ahead and try turning off your video, see if that helps a little bit.
Is that better? Not better?
It is.
Okay. The only comment I wanted to say on the meals tax is that I do agree with the sentiment of, we have to be concerned how it's going to play out in the winter. But we have seen, and I have talked to businesses, a lot of them are preparing themselves. They've got a taste of it in the last quarter, and many of them are still going forward with opening businesses here. So we'll see how it goes. But hopefully that's why I stated, too, that the positive trend that we've shown this couple of months, hopefully it can offset a bit the next couple 2-3 months that weather will be a factor.
The only wild card that I'm concerned with is, to date, with respect to COVID, with respect to the restrictions that are in place, with respect to the different marketing ways that they have tried to make up for it, the one factor that we still haven't experienced that may or may not impact the levels of service provided by those restaurants is the weather. We haven't had a month where it's averaging in the 20s or the teens or anything like that. And the question is that going to diminish takeout? Is that going to diminish delivery? Is it going to diminish the in-person visitation to the extent that that's possible? And I think that's a great unknown. And we may have a very mild winter and not have to worry about it, but I think that's something that we need to consider, and that we should just remain cautious through at least January.
Yeah, I just had one. Chris, I've been asking talking as I go around using the vouchers, and I gave my daughter some of those vouchers in because they're using them. Will we know out of the vouchers that we sent to everyone how much was actually used at some point in time?
Yes. So what will end up happening is the vouchers can be used. Shout out to anybody who's paying attention. You got a couple more days to use them. December 4th is the last day. Yep. So if you haven't used them, use them before December 4th. So what will end up happening is after the 4th, I will be collecting them from the different businesses, or they'll be bringing them to Town Hall. I'll be here collecting them. And then what will end up happening is, depending on the businesses and how many they collect, that's when I've got to do my process to send it to Prince William County IDA.
Got it.
And then we'll get the full amount of voucher-specific funds that were received. So then we can see we sent 462 residents 4 $25 vouchers. So it was 46, and then 2 came back from, they weren't in Longstreet Commons. There was 2, of all that we sent out, only 2 came back. So it was right at $46,000 worth of vouchers were sent out. So when we go to make that check out, I will definitely be able to figure out the percentage that was utilized.
That's good, and I appreciate this. Such a good program. I've talked to 7 different businesses, and those vouchers are being used, which I'm extremely happy about. So absolutely great work on that end. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Next subject.
Okay, is that everybody? Okay, I guess we'll move on to landscaping.
Yes. So what I did with the landscape contract is I had reached out to 6 different landscape companies. The only 2 that came back with an actual bid for the project was Premier Landscape, who's our current contractor, and then Advantage Landscape, which is they're the in-town contractor. They've basically gone over a lot of changeover. New owner, person bought it, got everything orchestrated, and he wanted to throw his hat in the ring. Unfortunately, you can see the breakdowns. The one here in town was a couple $1,000s more expensive. And then there's some unwritten things. For example, Premier is also the ones that they hang our banners for us, and they do a lot of the bigger jobs that we have. They also donate the Christmas tree. While we do pay for the staff to decorate it, they do donate the Christmas tree and do certain things like that. And when we're looking at the budget, we budgeted for Premier Landscaping for the $24,900, and then we always have a couple extra small jobs here and there, whether it's cutting down a tree or some things like that. So that's what we use for the budgeting purposes. So if we were to go with Advantage, it may have to change the budget a little bit. But yeah, like I said, so of the 6, we only got 2 responses. 3 people weren't interested at all, and 1 actually recommended we reach out to Premier as well. And then there was 1 or 2 that just didn't even respond back to us.
Is there an increase from this past year?
With Premier, there's not an increase from, Roberta may correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the past 3 years, and then they kept their contract the same amount for this year, 2022 and 2023.
The 24,900 is
That would be
consistent for the past 3 years?
Yep, and it'll be consistent for the next 3 years as well.
Could you provide
What?
us with a copy of the contract so we can act on this next week?
Yes.
Did I hear you properly, that it's going to stay that amount for the next 3 years?
Yes.
Wow. And they donate the Christmas tree?
And they donate the Christmas tree.
And the payment for the banners is not included in this amount?
No, it's separate. That's why if you look at the line item, you can see the maintenance. It's supposed to be service, not server contract. Landscape is 35,000. So like I said, that's for some of those odd jobs and things like that. And then the banners also, there's different line items that we use, but the 24 is just for cutting the grass and the landscape items.
Anyone online?
Oh, hold on. Hold on, Joe. Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
I was just going to say, I'd like to see the contract as well. There are no escalators, so who's the option? The language has got to be in that contract, right? Is it up to us, is it up to them, or both parties?
So we've used a previous contract that we've used for a request for bid that we used 3 years ago. So essentially it articulates all the pruning, mulching, cutting, weed eating, the areas of concern, and all I did is actually, the town manager, Henshaw, I believe, was the one that developed it, and then I just updated it for 2020.
I think now is the time, if there are any issues that we may have, that we see as we walk through the town, to review the contracts and to see if it is covered in those areas, and if there are any concerns, now is the time to bring them up over the next week. Chris, you're the one who primarily oversees this subcontractor?
Yes, me and staff. Emily's probably the go-to just because she's been dealing with them longer. But yes, if there's an issue, normally I'll be the one to reach out and discuss that with them.
What has been your most common complaint over the last few months?
Not a lot. I mean, they'll miss certain things here and there, but as soon as the phone call's made, hey, can you get this one area? And then it'll be something like, oh yeah, there's a car that was parked there, so that's why we just left that alone. And it makes sense. And I mean, even there's one time they accidentally ran over a water hose, and I went and called and just said, hey, somebody, cut up a water hose, and brand new one was delivered by the next day. So I mean, that's one of those
very
things.
Responsive.
Absolutely.
Could you forward us those the current contract so we can
Yes.
put it together and address any concerns that we might find?
Yes, I can get that to you.
And Chris, they are the ones who put our banners up?
Yes.
What do they charge us to put banners up and then take the same ones down?
The average cost, it's about $1,600 to $1,800 each time they come out to switch the banners.
So I want to jump back, and I apologize, to the budget. So since they did not put them up for Veterans Day, we should have that money, that should be plus money in the budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But that was also my fault because we've come to the end of the contract with the landscape. So that's something that we really should have addressed prior to that. So that's on me for not reaching out to the contractor.
I have to tell you, I brought that up because I had some citizens ask me, and you owned up to it right away, and I appreciate that. You could have made all kind of excuses, but you just said you forgot. So just caution you, don't do that again, but thank you for owning up to that. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
No concerns about added trash removal? I'm assuming trash is included in this, right?
The landscape?
It's different.
No, sir, it's our internal, Mr. Thomas that does our trash.
Mhm. Thomas is the one who goes through and collects trash and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Okay. I assumed it was part of the contract. Okay. I think that's it. So we'll move on to, what is it, the schedule?
Yes, so you will see the schedule. You'll see there's a couple of different items. Planning Commission will have to kind of schedule some of their meetings because they kind of butt up next to certain holidays and whatnot. But for Town Council, and this is also for next week, just for you guys to be mindful of, the work session on May 31st, the regular meeting on July 5th, and the regular meeting on September 6th. So if you guys can just come next week prepared with some alternatives for those three dates, so we can make sure that we have that scheduled. And we can always change them, so if it's the next day or whatever, we can always make it work later on in the year if it doesn't work. Really, our main goal is we adopt the meeting schedule so then we can advertise and everybody knows when the meetings are. And then the only other thing I was going to say is this also discusses the state holidays. And this is what the state of Virginia is providing for state holidays, and that's what the town hall follows as well, with PD as well as town hall for holidays and when town hall's closed. So if you have any questions, I stand ready.
For purpose of adopting the calendar, can we just, without objection, direct the clerk to go ahead and forward a proposed calendar with the following Tuesday on the objectionable dates, and we have to correct it at a later date, so be it?
I believe that's how it is in the town code. I think if it falls on a holiday, it's the
Present
next
it
one.
that way, and we'll
Okay.
save us a whole bunch of aggravation.
All right, so then we will have that ready for Monday.
There was a discussion last year, if you remember, Chris, about a holiday that,
Yes, so correct. I actually brought Mayor up to speed on that. So that was for 2020. There was some discussion about the Lee Jackson versus the New Year's Eve holiday to not observe it and move forward, which previous council made the determination to go ahead and do both since it was a state holiday and then also give the New Year's Eve. However, if you look at the state holiday now, it's not on there. It's not one that the state observes anymore, and they have since moved it. So that's where they are already. It's taken care of in the 2020 schedule, so we don't have to have that conversation.
cool, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. Let's move on to the bonds.
Yes, so we have reached out to the other two property owners. I've had a phone call with one, Mr. Johns, said he didn't have any issues, which I believe that's the one that Councilman Shannon has had the discussions with, said there hasn't been any issues. And then as well as the middle house, there was a conversation had and a document that basically said they didn't have any issues and was signed. Personally, I still want to talk to the homeowner just to verify there's no issues and they didn't just, the developer didn't put something in front of them to sign and they signed it just so they'd go away. But once I just clarify that, then we should be okay. And then that's where it comes down to council. So there is one home, the closest one here, that does have pretty substantial issues with it. and then 2 that presumably don't have any. So that's where Emily and I have been working on some different options that council may have. But we're still working towards that, just to give you guys options for Monday. And then I'll discuss this with Martin as well to kind of take the safest action and present that as our recommendation to move forward.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Okay, we'll move forward. DMV Select Office concept?
Yes. So Kim and I had the opportunity to go to Remington and observe their DMV Select office, and I brought my tape measure and measured it out space-wise, what we would need, and we've come up with a couple different options. We pulled the plan for Town Hall, and there's a couple different options that we have. So what we've been trying to do is get the town contractor, or a contractor the town has used in the past for a lot of this interior work, changing walls and stuff like that, Mr. Sublet, because I think that he would probably have the most up-to-date knowledge on load-bearing walls and what would be a more expensive option and what's not. So what we're just trying to do is basically give him the 3 or 4 options that we think would be viable, and then kind of get his information and his feedback on it, and depending on that as well as price, that's when, we'd be able to come to town council.
Are we paying him for those designs?
Really, we've got other stuff that he needs to do, but if he can just come in and kind of give us a thumbs up or thumbs down on if that's an option or not, that's where I think instead of having 4 options to try and bid out, if we can get 1 or 2 that's like he thinks that we would be able to accomplish, it would just be that much faster.
But are we paying him for that? That's my question.
I don't think that he would charge us for that, no.
Okay. In here, where are you talking about? Can you give us a concept here? I haven't seen
yes,
anything.
so there's a couple different options. One, we could do something similar to how Chief has his office with the window. So then my office would end up having a window, so you would walk into the lobby, and then there'd be windows there instead of my office.
Oh, in the police lobby there?
The police lobby, so then you would have a side there. There's, right here next to the window, there's an option to make some changes to where basically the wall with the display case on it would get pushed up about 8 feet, and that would allow some space for people to be there. And that's actually something the DMV Select office, when they came to talk with us, said that would actually be a pretty viable option, because Ms. Kim would also be our DMV manager, so they need to be in close proximity. So that's an option there. Then you also have an option in Emily's office if we were to make some windows there. Now, of course, we'd have to move some people around office-wise and things like that. But like I said, it's just a couple different options that we have that we just need to know, load-bearing walls and stuff like that, what are viable options and what's just not starter.
So I want to make sure, because I've only recalled us having one discussion on this. So we would pay for the construction. What else would we pay for out of our budget? And then at what point do we start making money?
So what we would end up having to pay for out of our budget is actually everything, because how it works is you provide the service and then we get a portion of the transaction back.
And is there an estimate? Because I know you said, and I believe Ms. Kimberly said that it's a money-making deal out in Remington.
So what they ended up saying is they have 1 full-time and 2 part-time. And when we visited, I'm sorry, let me pull this up. So they provided in 1 month 2,218 appointment-only transactions, and that brought in $14,000.
So it's a money-making deal, which and it would be a convenience for not only our residents, but other people in this area, which I'm for.
Exactly.
My only concern would be how soon before we get a return on our investment. We're talking about doing other things with the police department, and yet we're talking about spending those kind of funds up front. I don't buy that. So I would be interested in to know at what point would break even and we start making, because I think it's a good service. I really do.
Yep.
I'm concerned about the buy-in, what we're going to be paying up front, and how soon before we start getting a return on our investment there. So
no.
that's all I have.
No, absolutely. And that's why we're trying to get that same thing is instead of trying to get quotes for 4, get an understanding of from somebody who did a lot of the work in here, what's the most viable option and what would be a pretty quick transition, because you're exactly right. If we could do it for little to no money investing up front, then we're going to make that money faster.
But that is something that would come before the council, correct, to vote?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But I'm thinking of it a little bit differently, Chris. Before you move further, do you have the blessing of the council to move forward?
So that's what we had discussed previously, that if you guys would like me to investigate it, and the statement was yes. So if that's changed, then I'll pull
the
back.
question that you asked was to investigate.
Mm-hmm.
But I would hate for you and Ms. Kim, the staff, to do all this work, and then it gets to council, and council then decides, oh, you know what, this may not be a good viable option because the profit is going to be next 5-10 years. I would love for the council to commit before you move further to say, you know what, this is a good service to the town and to our neighbors.
So I will say that DMV has already done their investigation and their market research. Just for example, some of the closest DMV selects to us, you have Remington, Berryville, Luray. So, I mean, you're talking about driving way out there to get some select offices, unless you want to go towards DC, which, depending on that. That's one of the reasons they did their market research, and we actually got approval from the DMV commissioner for them to offer this location to us. So it's not just staff looking at this as a viable option. This is actually DMV coming to the town.
I understand,
saying
but
that it's a
because the
viable
council is going to be voting on it, Mr. Mayor, could I possibly ask the rest of the council if they have any objections to the staff investing more time in going forward with this?
Yeah, good question, Chris. I'm not opposed to going forward, but I'd like to know what our investment is up front before I would make a decision on it. Again, I think the convenience is great, and that's important. And we know how hard it is to get in a lot of DMVs and everything already. It's only going to get worse for you. It's better probably. But I'd want to know what our investment is up front, number one, and number two, then have Roberto tell me where that money's coming from. Thank you. So I am in favor of investigating, as long as we're not putting any money out right now.
I'm also in favor of investigating with 2,218 appointments per month with 14,000 in profit. That's 2,218 footsteps that we have coming into our town, looking at our town business-wise, restaurant-wise. So there's an opportunity there that may not be able to be measured on paper. So,
Tracy Lynn, if you could unmute, people online can't hear.
Bottom left of your computer there, you have to hit
I
unmute.
don't even know.
Are you even
I'll
on?
get her.
I'm not on.
Is your microphone on?
It's green.
Yeah, I was going to say, just make sure you talk into that, because you're not on Zoom, so just so that people can hear you a little bit better.
Okay. So I was just saying that with the 2,218 appointments per month, that's 2,000 footsteps that are coming into the town, which can drive business for our restaurants as well.
Good point.
Pretty much bringing this business in drives more income to the other businesses, is what she was saying.
Agree. And just like Councilman Shannon said, though, that's one of the reasons why we want to figure out of the options that we just kind of on a piece of paper drew out what would be some viable options we felt. Then we can get a contractor when he's doing a couple other things in town, say, hey, we got 3 options here. Which one do you think would be the cheapest and easiest to do? And then he says, oh, this one. Then that's the one that, we can try and get some quotes from different contractors, and that's what we bring to you guys.
I totally understand, but I just want the council to bless the next move.
I'm with Tracy and Steve, so
Good.
I'm good.
Joe, go ahead.
Give me 1 second.
What I'm hearing is you're in exploratory territory right now. You're just trying to figure out what's the foot traffic you're going to get. Well, lack of a better term, traffic. How many people are going to be coming in here? Yes, it's probably very good for the Other businesses in town, I see that as a plus, but we need to know what the budget is, what's the scope, where is this going to work in town? Is this the only location at the town offices, security, all of those issues? It seems like it's just the end of the beginning, as Churchill would say. You know, we're not at the beginning of the end, we're at the end of the beginning. So it seems like you've got a lot more work to do. Anybody hear that?
Yep.
Marshawn?
Do we want to put it to the citizens? Do we want to have some sort of hearing or some sort of other communications to the town before we execute?
I'd like to see the bid. Where's it coming from? It's not just going to be from the town. I mean, you've got a DMV over in Manassas, right? They relocated it to where, what is that? What, Five Guys used to be? The movie theater?
Regal.
Thank you, the Regal movie theater. So what's going to be the demand here and where we're going to be pulling from? I'd like to see those numbers. I mean, I'm sure DMV has got some models that they use.
I think my question initially was more of the concept to the council members. Would you support the concept coming? Let's say the numbers work out good, DMV has their ducks in a row, we have a good location for it before the staff moves forward or more forward. That's not correct. Forward or is not correct either.
More forward.
More forward. You know, if they would, for the council just to give them the blessing, and it seemed like you do have the blessing of the council to move forward and to investigate some more, and then bring the hard facts to the council to then chew through the numbers and the data. That's what I was looking for.
Devil's in the details.
So, Chris, I would agree, but once we have that information, maybe we want to be more formal in our announcement to the town and get their feedback before we execute.
Exactly.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, so that the directive is for him to continue
Continue gathering
investigate?
information.
Okay.
You know, investment is only time, it's not money at this point, right? So
Correct.
Correct. Yes, sir.
continue gathering information and bring it to us. Okay, we'll move on to public meeting space.
Yes, so that is also something that in discussion with the potential of having the DMV.
We got some flags out there. Hold on real quick. I saw some hands out there. Emily and Joe, what was going on?
Before we got there, I was just wondering, did we blow over the proffer amendment application, or that's not on the agenda?
Actually, I probably did. I've been trying to flip-flop between screens.
Okay.
Yeah, we did miss the proffer.
We'll come back to that after the public meeting space, I would suggest. Since that's tied to the DMV thing, sort of.
Yeah, let's handle the public meeting and then we'll go to the proffer. So,
Okay, so like I was saying, the meeting space is something that potentially could be tied with the DMV office depending on what options become viable. If there's some construction here, then there is would be a lobby area for DMV if it were to be on this side, so that could be a potential option because it does have to be ADA compliant. But then another viable option is we recently had home inspections done at the town museum and the town park, and we got a pretty detailed report. I can show anybody the copies of that. It's pretty thorough and kind of gives us a good starting point of things that we need to address in the town park to be able to move forward with utilizing that building. And we also have a potential private-public partnership. Somebody actually wants to try and get in there and kind of orchestrate and schedule the meetings for us. So something similar to what we do with the museum, to where they open the museum, but they also get to utilize the space. There is a potential option for us to have the town park as a meeting space for HOAs, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, different groups like that, and they would orchestrate it. So instead of the town having to expend time and effort to orchestrate all that and schedule-wise and letting people in and out, that's something that we could partner with that it's two individuals that live here in town that are interested in that. However, we would need to get the town park to a certain level before we could start any discussions on that. So, you know, we're still moving forward, trying to look at all our viable options to move forward.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just to tack on to what Mr. Kuhn is saying. If we're going to continue owning these properties, especially the town park, we do need to be proactive in looking at what needs to be repaired. As it is right now, it is not in a habitable state. And what Chris has done in getting these assessments of the park and also of the museum is to get a list that he now can put in the order of priority of what needs to be addressed before it can be utilized. So we do have a facility right now. We do have a park building, but it is not, by code, it cannot be habitable. So what he has done with, especially for the price that he has gotten it for, it at least gives us a starting point. Whether it be for us to start and complete or for future councils to complete, I think it's a good starting point. But if we continue without these types of assessments, or the town offices, the town-owned buildings, it's going to get run down. Preventative maintenance. So good job on that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. And I agree, we definitely need to figure out how much money we do need to invest just to keep these standing. Marchant, did I see your hand?
Would be the assessments, and I think it's a good exercise to go through. We need to, I look at it as two parts. We have the ongoing maintenance of these facilities, and then the repurposing of these structures. So I think the park, we always knew with the master plan that we would have to adaptively reuse that building and upgrade that building to make it commercially accessible to the public. We had also talked about making public restrooms in the rear addition for access by people utilizing the park. So I talked to Chris Kuhn about some of the efforts we went through with the master plan and some of the early estimates on what would be necessary to upgrade it. We also had the example of the Cookies and Cream building where they opened up the space and made it a more, more utility to that space, and more of a multi-purpose space. So I think we have some real examples of how to do that, but that would have to be for a future discussion and future budget. But I would agree, there's the maintenance part that we need to be aggressive about, and then there's the plan for the future that we need to probably start putting as a line item in our CIP. There's also opportunities, I think, with the Parks and Rec, do some maybe programming or some other public-private partnerships, not public partnerships, but utilize some of the resources that we have in the county to maybe help us repurpose some of those spaces. Thanks.
Anybody else with comments? Does that give you any direction, or do you need any type of moving forward marching orders, or?
No, I think this is just something with the public meeting space that just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that I'm still working on different options and, trying to do it in a way that it's not going to break the bank to do it, but, we'll see what happens. Like I said, we'll have to move forward. I think when Marchant and myself discussed it, it was a plan from, it was either 2014 or 2016, and it had anticipated about $80,000 to $100,000 to bring it up to a usable space. So that's just something where, we're talking about some major dollars and cents to bring that park building to something that can be utilized. So that's, maybe a hard decision that council needs to discuss some alternatives opposed to bringing that building up. But like I said, that's for the future. I just want to let you guys know that I'm still trying to work on the public meeting space and see what options we have that are ADA accessible.
Good job.
Okay, I guess we'll move on to the proffer.
Mr. Mayor, given this correspondence that I'm presuming everybody has received and viewed today, I would suggest that if we're going to discuss the proffer amendment, we need to consult with legal counsel first in closed session.
I would agree. Chris, you have a question?
The only other thing that I was going to ask is, with that correspondence, that is one thing, but based on the emails that we received that were requested before, now that you guys have had some time to think about it, is there any additional information that staff could provide to any of town council between now and next week that would help?
Mr. Mayor, again, with respect to questions like that and information like that, given the content of this afternoon's communications, maybe Martin should opine on this, but I'm not of a mind to discuss anything in open session until such time as we've had the opportunity to speak with counsel.
I withdraw my question.
What was the communication earlier today? Who's privy to that?
It should have been sent
You don't
to
have
an
to go into specifics.
email. It should have been sent to your email. I can pull it up if we go to closed session.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you.
If you've got an email address, well, I can forward it to you if you want.
Hold on, Martin, just tuned on. Give me 1 second, Martin.
This was an email to you about 2:44 this afternoon. Mr. Shannon, you were blind copied along with the rest of the council.
Got it. Yeah, got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
I can't hear
Okay.
Marchant's muted
Oh,
himself.
no, sorry. No, I muted him. Sorry, Marchant. Hold on. That was, so we didn't hear anything you just said, Marchant.
It's probably a good thing. I agree with Bob. I have some questions and some information I'd like to have for next week's meeting. But if we need to go into closed session, I'm happy to go into closed session and raise those questions afterward.
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, I think everybody's in agreement. I guess we'll move on to the next item. The next item is the police officer vacancy. Now, as you guys know, I sent an email with some information that kind of gives my high-level point of view. I was thinking that it would probably be best to do in closed session, but through discussions with the council and legal advice, we should be able to do it out and open if we wanted to make this fully transparent. So if everybody is okay with it, we'll discuss it at this point. Only restrictions are, we can't talk about any type of personnel issues or any type of attorney-client descriptions that have been made.
I can't hear Martin.
Oh, hold on, Martin. Give me 1 second.
Now you've got two, they're going to have to repeat them. So three.
Yep. Hold on. All right. We did not hear anything after Mayor was articulating this discussion. So I think Martin had spoken. Marchant, I think you spoke
Is
as well.
Tracy Lynn on a computer?
Tracy Lynn's on my name. Turn your video on so they can see you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Chris, is Tracy Lynn on a computer?
Yes, she just turned her.
I'm going to rename you.
Yes, thank you.
County Attorney Crane.
That's confusing.
You promoted yourself, Tracy Lynn.
Did we lose Martin?
Firesign Theater said it happened to be two places at once when you're really no place at all.
Good catch.
Now we just need Bob to show his face to be equitable.
No, please don't, no.
You're better off with my initialism.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay,
Well, did Martin have anything to say, or was that,
yeah. Martin, did you have anything?
I think we missed what he said.
Martin, we missed what you said, and Marshawn, Martin, are you, did you have any input that, it was completely missed what you were saying before?
No, I was just quipping.
Okay, Marshawn?
Emily, I think, was also saying something.
She just wanted to check on
Oh.
Tracy Lynn if she was on.
Okay.
Okay, if you want to share your screen.
Okay, so anybody on Zoom, when I share my screen, I am going to mute you guys so there's no reverb, so I will not be able to hear you. So just send a chat, and Emily will let me know if you guys have questions. Which one do you want to do first, sir?
The presentation.
Oh, hold on. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, did everybody want to take a break while we wait for this to come up?
Oh, cool.
We'll take a recess real quick.
Okay.
So you can look at it online.
For the
I've got
email,
my own
Ken, that you
separate
sent.
ones. You're not gonna like it.
It was Friday, so that was the 27th. See, we're missing Joe. I think we pretty much have everybody else. Okay, so if you can have Kim start up.
You're good to go.
Okay, what I wanted to do was try to put together how I've have been seeing things as we've been going along. And so I'll start with the first slide. Move on. When we came in here, you know, we were all new to the dais. On the admin side, I felt because, you know, while I was on my platform, right, was that there wasn't much transparency. There was preferential treatment being shown with respect to land planning and zoning. There was some budgetary trickery that was going on. So, you know, when I came in here, even though there was a little bit of visibility into the administrative side, there was a lot of concern. On the police department side, you know, right off the bat from campaign, we were viewed as anything that we do would be eliminating the police department. And visibility to what the operations were and the management of the police department is pretty much, as you can see, a black box. I tried to set up right immediately coming in a police liaison in which we could get some communications channels in place to try and have some type of up-down communication. Of course, because of the political statute of anything that we would review as being eliminating the police force, I left. You know, I decided to leave everything as a status quo because, you know, it was already fully funded within the budget. We were fully staffed at the time. And plus, there was Penton's email, If you could hit the next slide, Chris. Which pretty much here Chief responded to with 10 operations bullets, which actually showed the care that we take in how we proceed and deal with the public. So there was a good comfort factor there. You can go on to the next slide. So, you know, at this point, my concern meter was on the green side because we're just looking at things as status quo, and everything, you know, was appropriate. Now, if we go on to the next slide. We did have one, you know, a comment from Justin Purcell, who was complaining about some stuff. So I said, well, you know, everything looks solid right now. This is the only complaint I'm aware of. So I'll just make sure that I make note of this, and, you know, maybe when we go through operations, we can see how things are going. So I wasn't too concerned about this. I felt that we were still good when it came to our concern meter. You can hit the next slide. As you can see, the concern meter is in the green. We'll move on to the next slide. You know, 2 months down the road, we had a chance to totally adapt the admin department, making sure that agendas get out 1 week ahead of the meetings so that people have a chance to react and prepare for anything that they are disgruntled about and want to see try to impact on our decision process. We looked thoroughly at the budget. We rearranged some of the budget line items to try to make sure that everything correlated with the line item. You know, we changed our communication processes. We did an immediate cut up front of 6%, which was easily resolved on the admin side. So the concern meter, of course, went back, and of course we're closer to being fully visible. On the police department side, we had to do the same 6% cut. It was actually a little bit less than that, I think. The easiest way of us doing that was through the car take-home policy. Of course, we got a little bit of kickback on that. I was a little concerned with the liaison role because I just didn't feel that we had a good flow of communication going there, because we still weren't able to get full visibility in. As you can see, we're starting to see the cogs internal to the police department, but it still wasn't fully there. You know, we still had the politics associated with, you know, any action that we take will be looked at as removing the police department. You had the defund police culture that was out at this time, the Black Lives Matter, a lot of political stuff circulating around. And of course, we were coming up close to when the first police officer position was going to become vacant. We weren't fully aware of it at this time, but you know, there was still question on, well, are we funding too much? Are we not funding enough to the police department? But there was the speculation that there might have been some, you know, fat that was still left in there, but we didn't know. So, you know, we're still working as a status quo. But because, you know, I'm seeing the liaison troubles, and I'm not seeing the visibility of the department open up fast enough, since if we're starting to roll into this, I was a little bit concerned, and I just wanted to, you know, make sure that I could figure out a way of trying to open up communication, make sure that we understand what's needed. And so at this point, I have concerns, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, what we can do to open this up better. And then we go on to the next slide, which brings us about 4 months into it. The admin department, of course, we're still going around. We've included a business roundtable at this point. We already are scheduling to get ordinance and zoning documentation updated. We fully invested in our CARES Act spending program, you know, COVID operations planning, reaction, the budget auditing took place, and I think that's still, the numbers are still being crunched. Is that correct, Chris?
For the
budget auditing.
Yes, so that they're going to, they'll actually come and report the CAFR when they've completed the audit.
Right, so, you know, we're still moving pretty good there. We got full visibility. I don't really see any concerns. You know, but the police department, we had to figure out at this point what we're going to do to try and understand. And of course, I sent that email out trying to mandate, you know, that people become familiar with it. Look at the general orders and the policies. Try to do a walkthrough and, you know, maybe do some ride-alongs or anything to try and develop some visibility. Of course, the police officer position became available, and then it was set for, okay, what can we, you know, do we need to replace them right now? And of course, I backed off and said, I want to look at how we're operating to figure out if these are really necessary or not. So, you know, in this time, I started to look at some schedule exercises, some load exercises. The Laney detail was revealed, and I felt I saw some good stresses on this. And all this stuff we'll be discussing after this slide when we go into full detail with the PDF document that we'll be following. But, you know, with the liabilities I'm seeing, it makes me wonder, did we really fully vet what our volunteering policies are and make sure that the volunteers are fully insured? Things that I am not familiar with yet and are aware of now, so I'm kind of getting a little bit concerned on what type of liabilities we have, and just want to understand fully that we have ourselves covered. You know, and with that, of course, the complaint that Justin made was still in my back pocket or in the back of my mind. But then we were also introduced with public comment at Prince William County's meeting, which Ada Iftikhar mentioned that she, you know, had a complaint with the police. Don't know the time frame or anything, but that all of a sudden started to raise more concerns. So right now, we don't have full visibility. My concerns are high because I think, you know, I don't feel that I'm protected fully with liabilities, with insurance, making sure that everyone's covered appropriately. And so I wanted to open up the discussions of the stuff that I found and, you know, you know, see what we can get answered. So if we can go on to the PDF.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, while they're pulling this up, what volunteers are you referring to?
I just want to understand, I know we have volunteers. I just want to understand that we make sure that we have the volunteer doing only jobs that he's capable of being insured by our insurance so that, you know, we are not liable for any type of lawsuits if he gets in an accident, and of course it's not under coverage, and, you know, here he is stuck out with anything.
Yes, you're talking about one volunteer, you're talking about Lonnie.
Well, we only have one volunteer, and I'd prefer...
Well, we don't. We have a lot of volunteers. Haymarket Day, we have a whole lot of volunteers that volunteer. They're not vetted or anything. They volunteer, and they do a good job for us. I think it's Chris that has a group of folks that work for him. So are we looking at those volunteers as well?
Well, at this point, I was only focused on the police department. It was my point of view title was doing. Those volunteers are for special events and for the special event only. They're usually covered with a special event insurance that goes on. So we're not really, I am not really pinpointing that because I'm assuming that our special insurance is going to be cloaking that kind of stuff, special event insurance. that we're taking. You know, mine would be someone who would be volunteering and coming here on a fairly regular basis, doing tasking, being assigned tasks. And
Okay. So the concern is whether he's covered insurance-wise and stuff like that?
Mhm.
Okay.
And that we're making sure that, you know, especially with the police department, since you know there is a lot of private and sensitive information that's going on there, that all the restrictions are in place so that he doesn't have access to it. You know, you got chain of custody with any type of evidence. There are other special issues that are associated with the police department, right?
Have there been any issues up to this point that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. But,
Okay.
I mean, like I said, just looking at some of the liabilities that I see that could have, that I feel are probably there within the Laney details that we don't know yet, could end up relating to other things that right to mind, for me at least, comes into volunteering. Joe, you have something to say?
Hold on, give me one. Okay. Joe, you can go ahead.
You're good, Joe.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, Ken, but we just couldn't hear you.
Can that get any louder, Chris? I'm the only one up here probably wears hearing aids normally, which I don't have in, but
Which one, inside here?
I just can't hear what's really being said. I can barely hear it, and this is important.
Okay.
Okay, where was I missed? I see I ended up muting myself somehow.
Okay. I'll take that back.
Okay, are we good now?
Joe have a comment?
I think he was just, he couldn't hear me.
Oh, okay, because those are good. I agree with you, Mayor, that those are questions that needs to be asked. I certainly do. I think we have the answers to it, though, so hopefully we can put that to rest.
Okay.
But viable questions, yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know how detailed I got to go into this document, since a lot of us here have seen it. I know the town hasn't seen this document yet. It will be included in next Monday's meeting agenda. Just, we'll be throwing it in there.
Was Sean speaking?
Are you ready, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. You know, we got my packet here that kind of goes over some of the findings that I've been able to determine. The introduction says, you know, this has been just kind of my little notepad that's been accumulating, and these are the things that I have found and felt we needed to make sure that I'm not missing any detail or not. So the first thing, of course, was the PD staffing review. And I did a simple exercise to do the staffing, if you want to scroll up, Chris. You know, I made some assumptions of, let's say that we're doing 24/7 coverage. That's 168 hours a week. And I'm saying that if we look at our staff with 5 full-time employees, 3 part-time employees, and the part-time employees are restricted to working 24 hours a day, what would our schedule look like when it comes to putting this all together? If you do the calculations with 5 full-time and 3 part-times, using the numbers that I restricted this to, we're looking at a total of 272 hours. When there are 168 hours in a week, that leaves 104 hours of available surplus hours by our employees, in which we could use to flex the schedule by, helping to support vacation and sick leave, any type of court dates, or any other things that unexpectedly come up. And if you look at that, that's a total of 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. And so, I said, okay, let's say one of these employees would be strictly administrative to do the standard stuff that needs to be, all the paperwork that needs to be done within the police activity. Let's see what our schedule would look like. And I created a situation where we have 1 person at court one day, I think 2 sick leaves, and 1 of the officers on vacation. And being a little bit ingenuity, being a little creative with the schedule, it looks like we could schedule that without having to overbook any time or go into overtime for any of the employees. That was one exercise I did. And of course, some of the questions that I came up with thinking about all this, if you can scroll down there, Chris. I pretty much raised here, which is, I did say I wanted to stall this off until I got data proving that we needed another person. Well, when I do this exercise, it kind of leads me to believe that maybe another person isn't needed. But I still haven't gotten any proof from anybody that says it should. So, are there any exercises like this that you do, Chief, that can help reveal why we need the extra person? When did we decide 6 full-time people were the necessary need? And when we did that, was that while we still had part-time employees working? Maybe that's the reason, because if we don't have any part-time employees, we definitely need 6 people. But, I'm doing these exercises trying to figure out with how I see our police force today, and was wondering whether we really need it or not. So, if anybody has any questions at this state, you can raise them.
I just have one. Bob, were you on the council at the time that we went to 6 police officers? Do you recall?
Off the top of my head, I think so.
Recall what the reasoning was? Because it's a legitimate question, Mayor, and we kicked around before. Nobody really had the answer.
I can only guess without going back through my notes. I know that at one point in time we had literally eliminated the entirety of the part-time / volunteer force,
okay,
which had an impact on available hours. And that happened in 2009, 2010. I'm guessing.
No part-time.
We had no part-time. No, part-time's not even the right word. Auxiliaries. The auxiliaries were all taken away.
Are you muted?
Yeah, I'm muted. I'll get it.
Okay. I figured you'd have some background. So
yeah, it wasn't. Quite frankly, it wasn't an issue that I was particularly involved with. You'd have to go back and ask Councilman Tobias at the time, because I believe he was dealing with that. I believe it happened around 2010, 2011, but I couldn't swear to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, those were some of the questions that I was just toying around with on trying to figure out why we had a magic number of 6 to begin with.
Good question.
And like I said, If you do have no part-time help, that's 6, just on that schedule exercise shows that it's needed. But right now, we have 3 part-time help, which is kind of a body and a half, right? That's the full-time and a half person. So that kind of makes up for the 6 if you don't have that part-time help. So I said, well, you know.
Mayor, can you
Yes.
unmute yourself?
Oh, sorry.
I
keep
did the
forgetting.
same thing, just if you hover over it and just touch anything, it unmutes it or
Yeah,
mutes
and
it.
I've been trying to keep it, so, you know, like I said, I've been trying to understand what the logic of that magic number of 6 is, depending on, and I can understand it with that schedule exercise. If, Chief, you have a question or a comment?
Just so I can answer a couple of those questions.
Feel free.
The when you asked who set the staff count at 6, just from the institutional knowledge that is still here, I was told it was Roop and the council, Chief Roop, previous Chief Roop, and the council decided to take it from 5 to 6. And at that time, that's when the assistant chief, Breeden, was moved into that spot as an additional admin. As far, at that time, when you asked were there any part-time on board at that time, no. There were auxiliary officers, but none were paid. Part-time started in 2014 when 3 of the 6 members of the police department were suspended. That's when one of the auxiliaries was brought on as a part-time officer, and that's when part-time began in 2014. That's just from the institutional knowledge that is here. However, you know, that is, whether it's limited, previous past, but what Bob had said.
Okay. So that's kind of the questions that were revealed from me through this exercise, and you know, it's just something that we need to recognize on what we have now, what we had back when we made the 6-person magic number. But so I thought to myself, well, you know, what if these guys were overloaded, and the assumption of only having 1 person on patrol at a time wasn't appropriate. So we go on to the next section, which is let's do some activity load exercises. What I did is I took the pie chart from the report that we got in November of the October statistics, and I saw, you know, we pretty much have 102 calls in here. 2 felony arrests and 2 misdemeanor arrests, and the rest are out-of-town calls or traffic summons or what I would consider just, quote, other calls. And I said, well, I don't have full information on this data, so I got to create a chart, and I pretty much put some assumptions together and put restrictions on how I wanted to scatter these results just to see how it populated within. So if you go further down, you can see the assumptions I made. I tried to double up incidences within the same hour. I tried to say that, you know, you had 99 other calls over a 30-day period. If you break that up, that boils down to you know, so many, 3.3 a day. Let's say that we had 5 good days in which no activity really occurred. You know, everyone was having good family time or something, and there wasn't any calls required. So that we only had 25. That allowed us to say, on average, there were 4 incidences a day. And you can kind of see my assumptions on how I put things together. And so if you go down further, Chris, you can see my key here. The blank cells are no activity occurred that was not, no unscheduled activities occurred, so that the regular stuff, half an hour of activity is in green, yellow is 75, and of course red is above 75, because that said that the officer couldn't do what his scheduled routine was for the day. If you go down to the scattered chart, you kind of get to see it, and you go, well, you know, we have 4 incidences on here that are of concern, right? They're red, but you got to remember, if you look back at the stuff, I've already associated that a felony requires delivery down to the Prince William County Police Station or Detention Center. So I allocated an hour and a half of time for doing that. For the misdemeanor, I gave, I think, 3/4 of an hour for that. I'm not too sure. And of course, just the random calls, I just said 15 minutes. Those were my restraints. But from here, you can see the scattered chart, and you can go, okay, well, at least this gives me an idea of what the month looked like. It didn't look like we were really stressed on requiring to piggyback 2 officers during the same time frame. So that's pretty good. If you want to scroll up, but you know, doing this, I kind of made some observations. If you want to scroll up, you know, I kind of discuss things here, you know, with better detail on the length of the call, when it happened, when it comes to the hour. You could really get accurate on this chart, and this exercise is actually something good to see what kind of load you have on your activities daily. I kind of go through a little description on what I'm seeing from that chart, and again, like I said, this is randomly sprayed. I said, you know, when you start to look at the trending here, you may even find out that the targeted hours of activity may be requiring only a 16-hour coverage. But that doesn't mean we're covering 16 hours, because, you know, if our mission statement says we want to cover 24/7, we want to have somebody 24/7, then we cover 24/7. But of course, this allows us to determine if we want to deal with a review what our mission statement is, figure out if we want to keep the 24/7 mission or anything like that. But these are the type of exercises that allow us to do it. Did you have a question, Steve?
No, sir, I just want to make a comment. This part is what scares me about what I believe your intent is in the long run. 2200 to 0600, that's when the majority of major crimes occur nationally. And what scares me about this is 16 hours coverage. We have an issue somewhere in this town where the chief can have one of his guys there in 2 or 3 minutes, and Prince William maybe 10 or 15. That doesn't pass. I don't believe, or say, I believe Monday night you're going to have a whole host of people here raising holy hell about that paragraph. And I realize this is, first of all, I think, going back to that load chart there, I believe you should get with the chief and let him, I want to put this in so that it's not insulting, because you put a lot of effort into this, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that. I think you're going down the wrong road. I don't think you have the experience or the knowledge to put this type of stuff together without that man's help. And I don't believe he had any input into this whatsoever. So your assumptions here, and assumptions, I got to make this comment. When in my previous job with the government, I had 3,500 police officers under my charge worldwide. Every Department of Army police officer fell under my charge. And I had a program manager who managed it. One of the chiefs over in Italy, we were over there, and I threw out a thing, and I said, well, just assume this or that. His comment, and this has stuck with me, assumptions in police work get people killed, they get them hurt, and, you know, so assumptions on your part, with you having zero experience in the police or knowing what a police officer truly does day to day. I just have real concern about that particular paragraph. I have a whole letter I'm going to read Monday night. But I'm just real concerned about that one paragraph, that you would entertain the idea that we could reduce, have no Haymarket police coverage from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. in our town. I'm really concerned about that. And I believe every citizen in this town is going to be concerned about that. And then you're going to hear some Monday night, because I've already been approached. I think that's careless, and I think it's dangerous, even considering something like that. The police department, the Prince William County Police are light in this area. They got 3 people. How many zones out here, Chief? You got 2 police officers, Prince William?
Close to us is Zone 18 and Zone 10. We're Zone 11.
And you basically have 2 police officers out in this area, Prince William County.
Typically, they assign at least one to each zone.
So from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., Mr. Mayor, you're even contemplating that we have no coverage in this town by our officers who can get there in 2 or 3 minutes, in Prince William County who may not get there for 10 or 15 minutes. That's scary. And that's why people are making the comments. I've already got it, and you'll hear Monday night, I already got a call about, why are you defunding the police? And I said, look, use whatever term you want. The mayor is definitely pushing, reducing at least 1, if not more, positions over a period of time. So that's my problem. And again, I appreciate you putting everything into this, but you did this without any input from the chief. And you have 0 experience as a police officer, or understand what this man and his officers do every day. Right. Every day. Looking at the budget, I have had no problems. I did initially, and Councilman Weir was very good about that, and so was Joe Passanello, and I agreed with that, had no problems with it. But some of your other assumptions, and you can't assume on this chart, a police officer's day is not routine. Doesn't have such a thing as a routine day. They don't have it. Not in the police world. And that's why I'm saying you don't have the experience, so you wouldn't know. But, and that's not a knock, that's just a fact. In fact, nobody on this dais has that except Marchant, myself, and maybe Chris here, who's done some things. But that one paragraph, I bet you I've read this thing 6, 7 times. And that one paragraph, Mr. Mayor, concerns the hell out of me, because that you would contemplate, even entertain the idea of reducing our police officers to the point where we have no coverage from 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. It's scary, it's careless, it's dangerous, and it's ludicrous to think you could do that. Just my opinion.
Okay. And that's fine, but this is strictly an exercise. It actually gives you some type of trending and gives you value to see. Defunding, did I once mention I was trying to cut the
I didn't say you were trying to defund. Okay. I said other citizens, and you'll hear that Monday night. But you did say, I mean, how can you even entertain the ideal of not having police coverage in this town from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. when that's the most dangerous, that's when the big crimes happen.
Well,
and it doesn't happen because of presence.
Example that what this chart can end up identifying. I didn't say I was going to do that. I'm just saying
that's an assumption you made.
This is an exercise.
If we're gonna discuss, one person needs to speak, and whenever they're finished, they need to be quiet. So the other person.
And I agree, Chris, and I'll shut up after this. I'm just saying that one comment in there that you would even think about that. Now this is to create discussion, and I applaud that. I agree with that. That's one thing that this council's been good at, and I appreciate that from everybody. But that one paragraph, Mr. Mayor, absolutely tells me, I believe, what your intent is in the long run. So I'll shut up.
There is no intent in the long run on this. This is strictly an exercise for us to show trending. You say I have no knowledge. I don't need any knowledge to come up with when crimes are occurring if I have this data and I use this chart. It just gives me an idea of what type of funding there is. And then from that, we can develop policies if we want to. And I was only using that as an example of how we could use this to develop policies. I'm sure these are exercises that are used all the time. When I was a help desk manager for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, dealing with their technical information technology, I had a 24/7 hour shift going with the technical people. We had to use the cases that came in, the trouble tickets that were called in, and determine where the loads were, and that's exactly what we're looking at here. Remember, even if we do go with a policy that ended up shrinking it, we are not giving zero coverage to the town. Remember, we are piggybacking off of Prince William County, so there's always an officer. Whether the quality is any better, that's a different story. That's what our value add of adding an extra $1 million to the Prince William County Police Force is all about. But that all of a sudden also becomes an issue because now all of a sudden we got this police force in town, so Prince William County feels they can ignore us. As you can tell by the data here, 37% of these other calls were support calls that Prince William County requested. I don't have any data on if they were dispatched or how these calls came about, and that's because I don't have any data on this. And these are the things I need to understand before I can make a decision. If we want to go on that, if you say close to 40% of our unscheduled calling is a load by Prince William County, what is Prince William County doing for us? Are we utilizing them? I don't think so, at least from the data that I am seeing here. And so these are the type of issues that I feel I need to get the board to understand and figure out how we want to deal with integrating Prince William County into our system. And of course, I deal with that in some of the future discussions here. But, these are just things that we need to think about. I guess I'm pretty much done a step off of my soapbox on that. Are there anybody else who wants to comment?
One further comment. If you think Prince William County is going to go heavy on this end, when they're probably at least 100 positions short, vacant, they can't fill them. If you think they're going to come heavy on here because this police department, there would be a RIF of which I asked, and 3 of you said, no, you never discussed, never thought about it. That's what this is. If you think Prince William County Police is going to come heavy on this end, you're wrong. You're wrong. So, thank you, sir, for letting me speak.
Mr. Mayor, if I may address, since we are on this topic concerning...
Yeah, guys on Zoom who are virtual, we'll hit you pretty much last, so we don't have Chris over here trying to handle the mute up and down. So we'll start with Chris Morris, Councilman Morris.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, concerning the same paragraph that Mr. Shannon brought up a while ago, I read it a little bit differently. So if you could clarify it for me, this paragraph, as far as I'm reading it, is based on the data that you have put together, the data that you've collected and you've collated. It revealed that there possibly could be a 16-hour coverage. However, through COVID lockdown and outside inactivity, that may be what's influencing this data. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
Yeah, I tried to do, let's look back and let's look at it. Remember, I did a random scattering since I didn't have data on when the actual incidences occurred. So I couldn't see where the off times were, where the hot spots were. And so I was just speculating there, saying, hey, look, from this we can determine what the hot spots are, whether we need to double up people. But then again, what we're looking at could be all influenced by COVID, right? So our data may not be too accurate.
I'm really sorry, sir, but I'm just really trying to get at the 16 hours to see if in some way there is a definitive statement that you're making here that I'm not seeing, that may be the direction or something to consider.
No, that was just something I brought up, saying that a chart like this can give you an exercise to understand whether you do need to do 24/7 or not.
Because in the reverse, a chart like this could lead us to understand that Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, during the hours between 8 and 4, could be potential hotspots that we need to beef up to 2 officers. So it's the
Exactly.
same thing could work in the reverse.
Exactly, and if you show me something like that, that's proof that we need another person. And I'd be very happy to look at for funding to get that extra person.
Okay.
I mean, these are the tools we need to use to make a educated decision on, and not work off of emotional or gut, or just wag your finger in the air and see which way the wind's blowing at the time, right? You need to make some type of educated decision when you start to deal with our budgets and everything else, right? And so this is what, I was just trying to use this as an example for that. I wasn't trying to pinpoint this as shrinking the police department or anything else. Like you said, it could also prove that we need more.
True.
And that's why I was doing this exercise.
And I think I can speak on behalf of most, if not all, council members that, especially for me, we are in support of an addition to the police department because of the loss of an officer. Right now, what you're doing is just an exercise to see how we go about doing it. And what do we have in place right now that probably needs to be scaled back or readvert somewhere else?
I want proof.
Okay.
That's all. I'm just trying to show examples of how I would find proof with my unknowledge of the police department, and, you know, me not knowing how police officers work and everything else. Data does drive here, though. I mean, this does help me make an understanding of what's going on.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted clarification on that paragraph.
I guess we'll hit Joe. He seems to be, shoot. I guess we'll hit Joe out there. He seems to be very active with his hand.
Yeah, if everybody can hear me, I want to thank the mayor for sparking this discussion, because I think it's an important discussion to have. And I think we need to be data-driven, but I also understand the safety and security aspects of the argument as well, both the qualitative and the quantitative. I just want to clarify for me, when you go look at the simple schedule that you did in section number 1, you did that with 5 full-time employees and it was 24/7 coverage. If you go back to page 2 of your document, of this PDF, if you look at the schedule, you did the simple schedule. I just need to that's it right there. And by the way, if you're going to put that in the packet for next week, under Mr. Officer Burgoon, you'll have to update the 10 o'clock to 2200 hours to the right.
Did I miss one?
That's okay. You missed a couple, but just
2,
double check that.
3.
The point I want to make is this. Does this table reflect the 24/7 coverage with 5 officers? That's my question.
No, 4.
The reason why I'm asking that question is what you were doing is you were sparking the discussion about the 16 hours. I don't think your intent was to eliminate overnight coverage, because I don't think, frankly, anybody would want to see that. I would concur with that. The point I'm trying to make is we're still talking 24/7 with this simple schedule. If you can answer that, that would help me tremendously. And you're muted, sir.
Are you looking for me to answer this?
Yes, sir. If I can help you to answer it, I think this schedule, what Joe is asking for, the answer is 4 full-time officers, 1 full-time officer on vacation, and 3 part-time officers.
Which I think you would suggest is a worst-case scenario in terms of sick time, court, and vacation all happening in 1 week.
Yeah, with sick leave, court day. So this I think would be close to a worst-case scenario, at least from my unknowing knowledge of the police department and can only put together things as blindly as I can.
So the correct answer, Joe, is this schedule that is there on page 2 is for 4 full-time officers, 1 full-time officer on vacation, 24/7 coverage, and this includes sick and court dates, in addition to 3 part-time officers.
Does that answer your question, Joe?
I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry, let me go again. This schedule on page 2 reflects 4 full-time officers, 1 full-time officer on vacation. The officers, it's 24/7 coverage, which includes court date and sick, and also 3 part-time officers. And again, this is 24/7 coverage.
Question, and I think that was my answer. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
So the point being is, when you did your simple schedule, you were still looking at 24/7 coverage. There is no intention to not do the overnight. That's my point. Thank you.
Unless it's a future intention that we don't know about.
Well, again, those are assumptions, and I don't think anybody's making that assumption at this point. And you know, that's rumor and innuendo in my mind, and that's just not valid in the discussion.
Any else want to contribute?
Marshall was waving his hand.
Marshawn?
I have some comments, but do you have anything else to your presentation here? You're only on page 6 of 9 when you stopped. And I appreciate the clarification about the 2200 to 6 a.m. That was not a suggestion that it be eliminated. It was just a case study on the scheduling model.
Yes.
On using the tool.
Okay. So do you want to go through the other pages, or we're stopping at this point, 6 through 9 or 7 through 9?
I think it's good to hit each topic as we go, unless you want to combine them.
No, that's fine. A couple of notes that I've written down. It seems prudent that we reaffirm a level of service that we want and backtrack from there. So we talk about 24/7 level of service, but I would be interested in revisiting the goals and objectives of level of service for the police coverage. Getting Chief's opinion on what he understood the objective and goal to be, and then base it around that. I have gotten some, I've had a couple of residents reach out to me as well and ask about that. The optics of this discussion, unfortunately, seem to be highly negative. I think it's prudent for us to be able to revisit this, reaffirm. I would prefer to use the term reaffirm. Some people say we're defunding. No, we're reaffirming the level of service policies for the police department. I'm still of the mindset that 6 is the right amount given the future or anticipated service demand. But maybe that's the way we go from here. And then Ken, you and I have spoken, your background is in scheduling. So I think your natural inclination is to run the numbers and run the data. I think that's prudent. But I would agree with Councilman Steve Shannon that we should probably do a little bit more coordination with Chief and come back to the council with a coordinated effort to say, this is the mandate, these are the goals and objectives. Do we want to reaffirm that or tweak it? And then design the schedule from there. And Chief, to Steve's point, the Chief's knowledge about when do we see spikes or when do we see trends, and maybe that's when we double up coverage. One of the comments I had received in asking about levels of service was the fact that, hey, when one man's on 24/7, if they have to stop someone and book them, for lack of a better term, or take them to see the magistrate, they're offline for 4 to 5 hours while they process that individual. So then PwC has to step in and backfill that request. So understanding more of that germane or that granular level, I think where Chief's experience and the department's experience is going to be very valuable. So that would be my suggestion. Go from there. Let's reaffirm the standard. Let's reaffirm the goals and objectives, and then do this exercise from there. I'm still of the mindset that we should hire the officer. Thanks.
Chief?
Just to your point on data, you said that we need to have data-driven proof, and that would be proof to you. Just want to go back to when I ran a security company, had 100 employees, 3 offices through the state of Virginia. Someone would call because they had a problem. Let's say a movie theater. Kids were throwing stuff around, fights. They would call for a security company. We would get there. We would fix the problem. There wouldn't be a problem. And then budget concerns come up, and then the first thing they want to cut is security because they don't need them anymore. That correlates to this as well. If the police department, if any police department is doing their job, you will have little to no data to base your assumptions on. Okay? If I were standing here and a felony was committed in my presence, I would act. But most of the time, if I'm here, a felony, a misdemeanor is not going to be committed in my presence. So the police department is a factor on, the presence of a police department is a factor on the reason why there isn't a lot of data. That's just a fact when it comes to police departments. Whether people know there's a police department here, whether it's don't speed through Haymarket because you'll get a ticket. The wrong assumption is if you're doing 1 mile over, you'll get pulled over. But they know that. They understand that. There are reasons why things don't happen in this town that happen just outside the town. And when there are a rash of break-ins of vehicles, let's say, all around the town, there may be some here, but what will happen, like what happened in Haymarket Station just a couple months ago, was our police officer drove up on it at, I think it was close to midnight, and stopped them. They jumped in the car and they took off, and there was 10 cars that had gone into, nothing was stolen other than minor change. But we stopped it because we were here. Same with other circumstances. I could go on and on about things that have happened, including to council members on this dais and on Zoom that we have helped out in the middle of the night and would do things that other departments aren't going to be able to do. So that's all I'm saying is, when you say data-driven, it's really difficult to give you data when the police department, if they're doing their job, and we can't be everywhere, but you're going to get little data. Now, I can go out here and pull over, I can make a conscious effort, have all my officers pull over every car we see and give you a ton of data on pinpointed days. I mean, I can skew this data. We wouldn't do that, but it's all up. Data is driven by crime, and crime is not going to exist if your police department is doing its job. And so when people say we have relatively little crime in this town, I say, you're welcome. That's because these officers aren't out here sitting around. They're driving around. There's a presence here. So the data you're requesting, if there were a lot of it, would mean your police department's not doing their job very well.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, just another comment. Because someone brought up the services, I think it was Marshawn, and I agree, and we talked about this before too. One of the services RPD provides, Prince William County would not do under any circumstances, it's their policy, is how our officers check all the businesses at night. They check homes. That was the thing, one of my neighbors today talked about that, how we did have a couple of cars broken into in my subdivision down there. I think they were targeted, though, because there was just a couple. But then the next day, I get a question from one of oh, man, you should have called the police. There was somebody walking around last night. Well, yes, it was. It was one of the officers. I think it was Randy that was walking around our neighborhood checking and stuff like that. I mean, if anybody would have really looked, they'd have seen it was a police officer. But those are the type of services that our police department performs at Prince William County will not. It's their policy. They will not do that. So again, just something to think about as far as what our police department brings to the town. So thank you.
Great, and I understand that. And like I said, what this data helps do, though, is it determines how effective the police force is, which, obviously from my chart you can see is just even with that speculation shows that it's good. But the exercises do determine where our loads need to be if we ever do need to piggyback people and double them up. Also, the scheduling kind of showed that we can still keep our services, but do we need 6 people to do it with 3 part-time people, or is there something else we can do to be more effective and efficient, right? That's kind of what these exercises were doing. That's my feedback on that. Bob, did you have any comments? I guess I'll move on to you.
I'd rather wait till the end because I'm going to tie a couple of things together because I'm approaching it from a different viewpoint, and I don't think parsing it apart without considering the whole is a good idea with my particular concerns, because I think they run from page 1 to whatever it is, page 16. So I'll just hold mine for a little bit.
Okay, Tracy Lynn, do you have any comments?
No, I'm good for now.
Okay, she's good. Did I miss anybody on the line? Marchant, Joe? I think those were the only 2 virtual, right?
Marchant's talking, his lips are moving.
Yeah, I didn't hear what Bob said.
No.
Don't worry.
Bob said he'll wait till the end. He wants to tie a few things together instead of separately. Okay. So we'll move on. If you want to spin down to the next section, I think it was the Laney detail. This kind of popped up with all the discussion going on, and the Laney detail is. I just have a big question mark over my head on this. I thought, well, let's look at the load that it creates. I couldn't find any contract on this, so I don't know what service level agreements we have or what the MOUs or the MOAs are on it, Memorandum of Understanding and Agreements. So what I did is I derived what I was looking at via PO 08210 change order number 1, which just passed by our eyes this month. And the description in it was that we would be, they are paying for a security service with these hours. And so I calculated those hours up. And if you look at the hours, it turns out to be 96 hours a week. If you look at a 168-hour, 24/7 schedule that we have, that's close to 60%. I know Chief responded on that saying, no, we're only putting in 35%. But my question back to you, Chief, on the hours that you're doing is, do we have a contract with them? What are they expecting from us? Because the description on the PO is, we will be there from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Monday through Saturday and 24 hours on Sunday.
That was their original request, but they amended that before it even started based on budget concerns, down to 8 hours a day and only 12 hours on Sunday.
Okay, so, of course, that changes what
that's all we've ever worked
here. But, we also needed to look at, how are we separating the hours? How does that play with the Fair Labor Standards Act? And, I did a little bit of research, and I did find that, off-hour pay can be separate, so it's not like we need to guarantee our officers time and a half for anything that's over 40 hours a week. But, of course, like I said, I just don't, I have not been able to find any type of contract, so I don't know what services they're actually expecting and, what might be associated with it. Also, town expenses, we didn't really do, or I couldn't see any previous breakdown of how we determined to pay our officers out of the $50 we were getting, because, you know, they're using our vehicles. The FICA and stuff is supposedly supplemented by $5 off of the $50 rate. But does that really cover everything? And of course, insurance came up. And, you know, Chief, you did give us some insurance stuff. I'm looking at it, and I'm still scratching my head on whether we're insured or not from what you gave me. You know, but, yeah, so, you know, these kind of raised questions for me. And so, you know, I got a list of questions here. Of course, who championed this? Was it vetted with council? Was it vetted by the town attorney? You know, I'm sure the town attorney would have probably said, where's the contract on this that actually committed us to a certain level of service or anything like that. I didn't see that. You know, I didn't really look because, you know, I was burning enough time just trying to do the research I did on, you know, what is our off-hour work policies, if we had anything in place. You did send some stuff out about that. And, you know, what workloads did we need to consider? If we were looking at this being 60%, like I thought, that is a hefty load to be putting on our people. So those were some of the questions I came up with. I don't know if anybody else had any concerns off of reading this on what I tried to lay out there from what I've been able to find.
I'll be glad to speak, Mr. Mayor, again. You have some legitimate questions here, absolutely. And I too share one concern. First of all, Chief, the Delaney project, that is in the town limits?
Yes, sir.
It is in the town limits, which is our responsibility, not to safeguard it overnight or be their security guards, but you would respond if there were any issues there anyway.
Yes, sir.
I agree with the mayor on, I would think that we would have an MOU, MOA, something to show what the expectation of services are and what the responsibilities are. And we know you as a police officer, you're sitting there, somebody starts vandalizing, you're going to do your job. That's your normal job. But do we have, you mentioned that they did an addendum or whatever. Who has a copy of that? Of the contract or whatever?
As far as I know, everything was run through the treasurer.
Okay. I don't know.
I don't have any.
Ask Roberto if he has a copy of that.
Yeah, the only thing I got from Roberto has been
okay.
Purchase orders.
Okay, because, yes, sir, I believe that's something that we have to do, that we need. I will tell you, I have to go back to what a couple of us asked the chief how the Laney detail affected their morale, which is good because they make extra pay, and I'm not sure why we would want to take extra pay from them when everybody on this dais makes a hell of a lot more money than our police officers do, and yet they face danger every day. We don't, except maybe when I upset my wife or something. But the chief was adamant that that had no effect on his police department whatsoever. And you mentioned, you know, does that include stress? I'm just going to say what's causing stress on this chief and his officers right now is exactly what we're going through. And we've already lost one officer, and the officer told me it was because of the new council and because of the concern about what they were going to do. I can tell you we got a couple more officers that we may be losing for this exact same reason. So I don't think Delaney, I think we need the paperwork. I agree with you wholeheartedly there. And the question about insurance and stuff, because I think that's all legitimate questions, absolutely. But when it comes to the morale and the scheduling, I'll take that man's word over anybody on this dais as to how it affects the department. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
anyone have any comments on this section before I move on? Go ahead, Bob.
I think I'm actually at a point where I can separate this into two separate issues at this point and keep Laney and the staffing together, and I've just got a little bit on the other thing, so this is probably a good point for me to kind of say something. I'm looking at this from a much different standpoint than I think everybody else has been looking at it tonight. And I want to be clear that I don't think anybody up here is pressing for any sort of reduction in force or particularly given the future trends. But I think what's happened is, there's a lot of moving parts here that we're getting acclimated to, from the admin side to the police officers' hours side, load requirements, questions regarding insurance, other liabilities, and that sort of thing. And there's a lot of essentially crosstalk between the different functions of the town. And when we're looking at a lot of things and we're reviewing admin documents, we're reviewing PD documents, we're reviewing stuff from the town attorney, you get one piece of information, and then you start finding out something else. You ask a question, and it sort of snowballs. And I think a lot of this is resulting from a discussion. Somebody was just asking Roberto for a copy of the contract. When we started looking at costs, why our insurance bill increased, what were our outstanding liabilities and that, some of us started looking into what sort of documentation was out there that provided a framework for what we're doing, both from the admin side and from the PD side, that delineates what our liabilities are potentially, how are we covered, what are we looking at, and quite frankly, there's a lot of policy documents, contracts, that sort of thing that don't exist. I hear people asking for an MOU or an MOA on this particular, on the Laney detail, for example. As far as I know, it doesn't exist, or at least the treasurer doesn't have it. All we have is a purchase order that doesn't delineate what our responsibilities are, what the contractor's responsibilities are, who's paying for this, who's paying for that, who's assuming the liability coverage, who's assuming the cost of the equipment or the maintenance. And quite frankly, I'll be very blunt, I saw the previous mayor's email with respect to how the contractual payments were to be dispersed, and I'm not going to begrudge the officers getting $50 an hour, but if the entirety of the contractor's payment is going to the officers' hours, that leaves the town on the hook for any liability cost, insurance costs, wear and tear on the vehicles, gas to the vehicles. We're essentially, the town residents and the town businesses are in essence subsidizing the security detail. It's great that the officers get their extra money, but the town residents are essentially subsidizing everything else. And there's no, I think quite a few of us have seen the email that essentially, I think Roberto can provide it if asked, that the directive from the prior mayor, the police department will get all the money, end of story, end of discussion. And that didn't go through the council. And I'm not sure the MOU went, or the agreement went through the council. This is all stuff that should have been done at the time the MOU, or the whatever you're going to call it, the contract, the purchase order, whatever was signed. I think this is the type of thing that was missing in the past, and the type of thing that we have to get a handle on so that we don't get into this situation in the future. Because there is a question, and I looked at the information that the chief sent, and there is a question with respect to liability and who's responsible for it. Who covers what? Who covers what payments? What happens if an officer, makes an arrest and gets shot while he's doing that security detail? What happens if he steps in a gopher hole and breaks his ankle, while he's sitting there and doing whatever? And that sort of leads you down another rabbit hole. We've looked at some of the timesheets, and I hear that the Laney detail doesn't have any impact on the schedule. The schedule is king, and it's not really doing anything. with respect to availability on the schedule, but that's not what the timesheets are telling me. You know, what the timesheets are showing me is that we've got people, and I don't blame them at all, taking advantage of the contract, but that's taking away their availability for their principal job, which is supporting the schedule. So you know, and I'm looking at other aspects of it where it seems to me that some of the officers are working far too many hours in a row and not getting enough sleep on particular days. It's not a constant, but just, you know, this is the kind of thing that I'm looking at. And this is, quite frankly, secondary employment. I've looked at the general order with respect to secondary employment, and I've got some concerns that we may, or Chief, I'm not sure that we're following our own written policy here. I'm showing that this is off-duty, extra duty is limited to 24 hours a week. You know, I've looked at some of the schedules, and it appears that some of these guys are working longer than that. Same thing with the limitation in hours within a day. I mean, I love the fact that these guys have the opportunity for extra money, you know, but at what cost? At what cost to the town? At what cost to the officer's health? At what cost potentially to the officer's safety? And that's just one part of it. Some of the other things that we're looking at here, you know, do we need another officer? The answer is probably yes. The question is, what do we need at this particular juncture in time, given where we are? Is it a full-time officer? Is it a part-time officer? Is it two part-time officers, three part-time officers? Is it an admin, a non-Leo admin to take some of the burden off the chief and the sergeant? I mean, those are the questions that I would like to ask, or that I would like answered, because, you know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to have our two highest paid Leos, and two most experienced Leos sitting in the office doing admin stuff and, you know, doing grant applications that a $13 an hour clerk can do. Is that the best and wisest use of their salary and of their time? And, you know, that's where I'm having an issue, is what is the perfect, or what is the acceptable mix at this point in time. I look at Occoquan, and, you know, they do it principally by, you know, it's a different town with different requirements and different stuff, but they operate mostly with part-timers as opposed to full-time staff. You know, and we really don't have enough data with respect to Prince William County. You know, I've been here long enough that I can remember when there was one officer essentially running from the Fauquier line to the Loudon line under one of the previous Prince William County chiefs, and that was by design because he had shifted the focus to eastern Prince William County. Has that changed with the construction and the operational status of the western station? Yes, it has. To what extent has it changed? I don't know. I haven't asked the chief, but I would suggest that it's much better than it was previously. You know, people are and have brought up the issue of 24/7 coverage. And, you know, I don't think anybody here wants to get rid of that. The other thing they bring up is an absolute perceived lack of visibility by Prince William County, remembering that we pay dual taxes, so we pay for our department and we pay for Prince William County. And sort of in a nutshell, a lot of people are feeling like they're not getting their bang for the buck for the county. So, you know, do we want to increase their visibility, and does their increased visibility help our department? You know, again, you know, the visibility alone is a deterrent. The chief's right on that. You know, just having the officer there is a deterrent. So does making Prince William's officers more visible in the town contribute to an even greater deterrence? Probably. How do we want to address that? Do we want to offer them office space in town? I've talked to Chief Phelps about a number of things, and they would be interested in you know, having an office in town like we used to have when the PD was up at the park. I think we even had a desk for the state police at that point in time. You know, let's think a little bit out of the box as to how we can get the most bang for the buck, both for our tax dollars that the residents pay to us directly, and for the tax dollars that they pay to the county. for public safety, fire, and everything else. I mean, we've had, there was a period of time when there wasn't 24/7 coverage. And who covered that gap that was principally overnight? That was Prince William County. It was understood. I mean, there's a lot of options here that I don't think we have fully vetted. I mean, if you ask me what I would want to do in the short term, I mean, I understand we need something in the very near future, if not immediately. And at this point in time, if we're going to continue to kick this issue around and delve into it deeper, I'd be willing to give the chief an admin and another part-timer right now, if that would allay some of the concerns. But I think we need to look at this much more deeply, not only for one more officer, but two more officers. There's a lot of stuff coming down the road, both in town and out of town. And, you know, if for some reason this council decides it wants to approve 78 more 2-over-2 double stacks, we're going to probably need one more officer for that alone. I'm being a little facetious there. But until we get some things squared away and get a variety of things like get a handle on MOUs that we've got, you know, I think one of the other things that we're failing to consider here is if the Dominion project goes to completion as scheduled or something approaching what its scheduled completion date is, suddenly the Laney detail goes away. And then you've got all of these extra hours that are available that we don't currently have. So, I mean, I've got more questions now than I did when I started. And I don't know that we have enough data points to make a rational decision. I know what everybody wants. The question is that the most appropriate decision for this particular point in time, or is it something that we can, I hate to say delay further, because I'm not sure I really want to do that. But, I mean, can we get to a point by next Monday where we've got enough data? I don't think so. And I think we've got some other issues that we've got to take care of from a scheduling standpoint. Not, you know, how do these security details factor in? What sort of pressure does it cause, not only on the schedule but the availability of the officers? You know, how much time off they're getting? Does it comport with the stuff that we've got already in place? And I'm not sure. I mean, I looked at what the chief said this afternoon. I've now got even more questions as a result, and I've got a number of liability insurance issues that I think we need to hash out. Quite frankly, as much as I hate to do it, I think we need to hash it if we're going to have that discussion because of the potential impact to the town and because of what would have to be discussed in terms of who's responsible for what. I'm not real comfortable going into that in detail in an open forum at this time until we've gotten some advice from legal counsel as to what we're looking at. So, am I ready to make a decision tonight? No. Would I love to? Yes. But I'm not there.
Chris, you were next in line.
So just one thing that I wanted to bring up in regards to the Laney detail and Chief's talking about the MOU. So Roberto and I did have several questions when this was first brought to us in regards to something similar to an MOU, what the requirements were going to be, certain information like that. The next morning, it was 2:57. The previous mayor and town manager replied, "Every officer working the new detail shall be paid at a rate of $50 per hour. Going forward, any questions regarding this or similar matters are to be addressed to me." So that is in regards to the payment of the officers for this Laney detail. However, I will say that an MOU, like you guys are articulating, it is a level of service between the contractor and the police department. So that's not something that the treasurer really is going to articulate. This is a level of service the town is going to provide. So that's not really something that's even in his realm, Roberto's realm of working to establish an MOU. The purchase order in relation to them paying the town and then dispersing those funds, yes, that is something that he does have. But an MOU, he's not going to have any, his hands aren't going to touch that at all.
Are you on mute for them, or?
We got two people madly waving their arms.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Marcia and Joe were both waving.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
We couldn't hear words you said.
Oh, okay. I just got a bunch of emails saying the same thing. So what had happened is, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. So what had happened is there was, Roberto and I, when this detail first came up, we had asked Chief a significant amount of questions in relation to what an MOU would address. And the response we got from the previous mayor and town manager the following morning at 2:57 a.m. was every officer working the new detail shall be paid at a rate of $50 per hour. Going forward, any questions regarding this or similar matters are to be addressed to me. So that was what was sent to Roberto and myself. And then I also just said that Roberto, of course, would do the purchase order, which is receiving the funds and dispersing them to the officers who worked. However, establishing an MOU with a level of service between the police department and the contractor, that's not something that the treasurer really has any hands on doing. That's something that really should be between the point of contact and the chief and or council at that point. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that Roberto has no hand or dog in the fight when it comes to an MOU. He just accepts the payment and disperses it as he has articulated. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's on the same page with that.
Chief, you're next in line. Any comments you wanted to make? You had your hand up.
Okay. So, Councilmember Weir, you said, frankly, the Laney detail pulls officers away from the schedule. What do you point to when you say that? Because the schedule's been full 24/7 for the last 8 months that Laney has. So when you say something like that, where are you pulling that from?
When I look at a set of timesheets, and I see a part-time officer working 34 hours a week on the Laney detail and 0 to 8 hours, a pay period for the regular schedule, the way that I interpret that is priority is given to the Laney detail, at least with respect to that particular officer, and not to the schedule.
Okay.
And if we have people that are working 30 hours a week or more on that detail, and not in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if in my mind what their principal role is providing hours to the town for the regular schedule so that we don't have overly burdensome requirements on our officers, or if it allows us more flexibility or the opportunity for 2 officers to be working at one time, whether it be two regular officers or one regular officer and one part-timer. I'm looking at this practically. And to my way of thinking, or at least in my view, just based on the timesheets that I've been shown, it just appears to me, based on the way that the hours are being allocated, that the Laney detail, at least with respect to the part-timers, is getting a whole lot more emphasis than the regular schedule. In fact, I think at 2 of the weeks I looked that I was given, there were virtually no part-time officers on the entirety of the schedule on the timesheet. So, and I don't blame them. I mean, if they can make time and a half, or if they can make significantly more than that, given what the Laney detail pays, hey, I'm all for that. But it just calls things in my mind into question as to what is the real impact on the rest of the schedule.
Okay.
And I think that's what I need to understand.
Yes, sir. So I think there's a big misunderstanding with this council about what the part-timers are with this department. Okay, the part-timers with this department are not scheduled in the 24-hour 7 coverage of this department unless there is a vacation or a sick time, meaning we don't use them unless we have to. So when you do a calculation, like the mayor said, about 3 part-timers by 24 hours a week, that doesn't happen. We don't use our part-timers like that. Part-timer does not mean they are scheduled on a shift weekly. It only means these are guys that are retired, the guys that we have now anyway. These are guys that are retired that want to still be involved, that are still certified, and are willing to help us at the drop of a hat if we need it. So when that hat drops, that's when we use a part-timer. I don't schedule a part-timer on a regular basis prior to us being down to 5 officers, okay? I've used them much more at the direction of this council in the month we're in now and in the current month of December. But for the entirety of the Laney schedule, part-timers were able to work that because I didn't need them on our shift. It wasn't because we were losing something and we couldn't use them because they were on Laney. I have never worked it that way. I think there's a huge misconception about what our part-timers do. Okay, that's all I'm saying with that. They don't work a normal scheduled hours. Now they will, if we go down to 5 officers, I'll use them a little more. But even then, my goal would still be to maintain 24-hour coverage 7 days a week with the 5 guys that we have full-time, because that's what we're investing into these guys, including myself dropping in and working a shift, and then we would use them if needed, unless I was directed otherwise by this council. So that's what I'm saying. I just think you're looking at a part-time guy a little differently than what it is for this department anyway. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Bob.
We're going to have to agree to disagree because I think we have a fundamental difference of opinion on what part-time employees are and what their usage is for. You know, to my way of thinking, if we're going to go to the trouble and expense, for lack of a better term, of maintaining part-time employees, and we're going to pay for any additional training or make sure that they're accredited or do whatever the administrative requirements are to keep them certified and available, and whatever it is we do or don't do to ensure that. If we're simply going to use them as, plug-ins and we're not going to work them into the schedule, to me, that almost fits the role of an auxiliary. I mean, if we're going to have part-timers and not utilize them on a regular basis, is it fair to them? What is their? I mean, and they may be fine with that circumstance, but is that a reasonable expectation for us, for them? And again, now I'm even more. You've really thrown me another curveball now, which I'm going to have to sit down and think this through, because now I'm questioning whether we need. And this is going to sound wrong, but I'm questioning now: do we need another full-timer and no part-timers? Do we need another full-timer and a couple of part-timers? Do we need another full-timer and an auxiliary force? I mean, what's the best answer? And I mean, you've thrown another curveball into this calculation, and quite frankly, I just don't know where to go right now.
The part-timers are only used when needed. So if you give me as you have now, a $14,000 budget for part-time, I can only spend the $14,000 if they're needed. Sometimes they're not needed that much. Oftentimes when we have a vacancy, they're needed more. But it's not as if the money wouldn't come back if we didn't need them. So to me, I think it's a win-win for the town.
I don't know. I mean, if we had the option to increase the number of part-timers and requisitely fund them, I don't have a problem with that. I'm really sort of scratching my head now, because I'm not sure what option to even think. I'm going to really have to sit down and unpack this, because I've been thrown so many curveballs by so many people in here tonight. I'm really sort of trying to piece it all back together again.
Thank you, sir. Chief, the part-timers you have, the only one I've talked to is Randy. Randy had volunteered to go part-time. He did not want to work full-time. In fact, when I had talked to him, he had said he prefers not to work a whole lot of hours, but he works when we need him. Is that pretty much the same with the 3 part-time officers? Chief, that's for you. Yep.
Yeah, so Officer Nugent also just wants to be called as needed. And Officer Gregory is basically just here for training purposes. He's our firearms instructor. He's our taser instructor. He's a general instructor. He does a lot of our training for us.
And he stays current in his
But
other
he's
job.
got a full-time job at another agency. So we have 3, but really 2 will work when we need them. And Gregory will help out if needed, but we don't call him the most. But again, we could have 12 part-time guys, but if you don't need but 1, you're only going to call 1. So don't get hung up on the number. And I think it's a good thing if I'm not using a part-time guy, because I'm fulfilling the needs with the full-time guys. I'm not understanding why I'm kind of getting beat over the head with I should use them more when I'm not, because we don't need them at that time. We didn't need them. So if an officer is not needed on the shift, but he can go pick up some hours at Laney, then I don't, why is that a knock on my management style? I don't understand it. As far as an office.
Chief,
yes.
It's not a knock on management. That's not what I'm saying. With respect to that part of the equation, I guess the question is, in its most blunt form, do we have under that scenario, are the part-time officers here to be part-time officers for the town, or are the part-time officers should be strictly security detail?
The part-time officers were here for the town and still are for the town. Laney just came along. We've had part-time officers since 2014. So they're always here for the town. Always. Laney changes nothing about whether they're here for the town or not. Matter of fact, these guys already have retirements and pensions, and they're not doing this to make any money. They're doing it to help us out. And both of them guys are they're very sharp officers, and you see them walking around the town. They're very police oriented. Laney just happens to be here at this time, which it won't be here for another couple of weeks anyway. So.
Oh, it's going away in a couple of weeks, the detail?
According to their schedule.
Okay.
Okay,
And they would respond, correct me if I'm wrong, if there was an issue, and it's whether part-time, full-time, whatever, needed to back up in town, they leave there to come here.
Yeah, absolutely. Any officer that's working.
Thank you. I wouldn't know where they were going away in a couple of weeks. So, okay. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, so our part-time officers that we have now, am I on?
Come on, Tracy.
The part-time officers that we have now are saying to you that they just want to be used as needed.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So it's not something.
At one point when we went down an officer, I had Officer Anderson, I asked him, would you mind stepping into a full-time position for a bit? And he told me, I'll do that. And he tried it for almost a year. And he stated, I just want to be as needed, and I stepped in this for you, but I'd like you to fill it with someone else. And so we did. And these 2 guys they're diamonds in the rough. I'm not saying that that's a common thing. If you're to say, hey, let's just hire a part-time guy, there's lots of guys out there that want full-time jobs, and they come to part-time, they may not be as available as these 2 guys. Honestly, they're diamonds in a rough that I haven't had in any department I've been at. So, yeah, I think that's why we take care of them, and they take care of us.
Joe, you have a question?
hold on.
I'm trying to understand the part-time myself, and so is there an issue related to VRS and their pension and working more than part-time, Kevin?
Yes, so with one of them.
Sorry, hold on.
So Officer Anderson, no issue at all. He's retired from the Army, Marines, I'm sorry, and that's not an issue. Officer Nugent, he's retired from the VRS, Virginia Retirement System, so he can no longer be full-time. He wants to be full-time when he was working in Loudoun County, but the retirement system made him retire, so he has to stay part-time.
Oh, hold on.
The Virginia system can only work up to what, 32 hours? Is that correct?
Sorry, Joe, can you say that question one more time?
Yeah, I'm asking what the limitation on their hours are on a weekly basis. Is it 32 hours that they're able to work? Is it less so that they don't impact or infringe upon their pension?
Roberto, do you have that answer?
So we had the similar situation with Jerry Shiro, and it is 32 hours. As long as they maintain not a full-time status, they should be okay with the comes of VRS. Because Mr. Shiro, when he took the position as a business manager at the town, he actually was receiving the same, his retirement funds from VRS, and he was told that as long as he maintains 32 hours or less, he should be fine.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I thought that that's another minor thing, but that's another complication into whatever kind of scheduling you wanted to do and what have you. I think this has been a really excellent discussion. Myself, I'm not ready to move forward with number 6 yet, and that's fine. You know, some are and some aren't. What Bob hit on goes right to my heart, and that's the issue of fatigue and readiness. I worked, and this is just for everybody's information, I worked in the rail industry for close to 40 years, and I worked under federal hours of service laws where we were mandated. You were allowed to only work up to 12 hours a day, and they made some other changes, and you had to have an 8-hour break, but it's a lot more complicated than that. Bottom line is fatigue was a very important thing, and we ended up adopting some even more restrictive rules on that. My understanding is that the police department and folks like that aren't subject to those types of rules. And I'm not sure we have anything in our general orders about that kind of stuff. So the issue of fatigue, though, and readiness is a concern about our officers' safety. And one of the questions I have is, are there any officers who work during the day and then work Laney and then immediately come back and work for the town the following morning? Because for me, that would be a concern about their safety, their fatigue, their readiness. And that's for you, Kevin. If you can answer it. If you can't, that's fine. Maybe you can answer it another time, because I honestly agree with what Steve said earlier. It's probably a very good idea for you and Mayor to sit down and kind of go through all of this stuff and clarify and answer and have it all prepared for us. So I'll throw it back at you. Are there any officers in those kind of positions that do that work overnight, work during the day, and then come back out the next day? I mean, because for me, well, maybe I'm getting old and I couldn't do that anymore, but it seems to me that they're putting themselves and we're putting them in a tough position.
Yes, sir, there are. Sometimes when an officer will work until 7, they'll work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and then they will work the Laney site from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., and then they have to be back at work at 7 a.m. So there's a... You can't hear him.
I'm saying that's rather tough, and that puts that officer in a tough position too. Decision making and his own safety as well as others. So, you know, I'm glad to hear that this Laney detail may be going away sooner rather than later. And I don't begrudge the officers the ability to make additional funds, but I think it's critical, very critical, that we have these contracts and MOUs and agreements in place. That's a best practice, I think, that's performed throughout Northern Virginia. I think we should get into that game from a liability perspective and a cost perspective. I'm very, very concerned that we are subsidizing that as well. And frankly, I don't think we should be doing that. I think, you know, whatever the monies are coming out of a detail like that, that should be covering not only the salary, but the fringe. And that's my opinion on that issue. So the fatigue issue is really important as far as I'm concerned. And I'll have more to say after that in a little bit.
Everyone good?
Yes, sir.
You good?
No, I'm not good. I just wanted to summarize my observation, if I can, sir. You see, I'm listening to the conversations, and I'm not hearing and I'm not seeing any verbiage about defunding. I'm looking at the conversation and the presentation, and I'm not seeing anything concerning reduction in force. Unless there is something hidden that I'm not seeing, but at this point in time, I'm not seeing defunding and I'm not seeing reduction in force. What I'm seeing is true transparency and accountability. Now, citizens are free and they're more than welcome to come and speak, you know, concerning the police department, but I'm not reading this document and hearing anything concerning defunding or reduction in force. And as far as I'm concerned, it's as if a citizen would stand up and talk about Disney moving to Haymarket. It's a moot point, because it's not something that, as I stated before, I don't think any one of us is even entertaining reducing the police force or defunding the police force. We see the value in having our police department. Everything that our chief of police has done, the previous chiefs, the good things that they have done for our departments, and even the bad things that we've learned from, it's something that stands to the test that our town needs a police department. And it has been proven that 24/7 coverage is a good coverage to have. I think it is dangerous to even insinuate that we would reduce the hours, even by just a couple. It would be dangerous, because once that gap exists, it is going to cause for criminals to look at the gaps and try to capitalize wherever the gaps are. But I don't see that. I don't see that during the discussion. I don't see, again, the defunding or the reduction. My biggest concern, and I stated it at last month's meeting, has to do with coverage. And I've said this to the chief concerning the lieutenant being on the street. It was my personal understanding that when the lieutenant was promoted from sergeant, that he would remain patrolling on the streets. November schedule, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, is the first schedule where he was on the street working a shift.
So, let me clarify that. The lieutenant or myself are not scheduled as the primary officer on the street. We are always the secondary officer. So when you're told the lieutenant does not come off the street, the lieutenant has not come off the street. The lieutenant hasn't been off the street since he started day one. The lieutenant is always a secondary officer to back up the officer who's the primary. Also, the lieutenant and myself, just because we're doing admin duties doesn't mean that we don't come out of the office. The mayor can tell you, when he was working Thursday in the office, I left the office, told him I was going out on the street. It happens all the time, every day. Just because an officer is not on the schedule, such as myself or a lieutenant, doesn't mean he is not working the street. We all work the street.
I totally understand it, but he did not have a schedule.
Not as the primary officer.
Exactly. And he would not
you nor the lieutenant backed up the officer here between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. because you were not on the schedule.
Correct.
Exactly. So the backup that happens for you and the lieutenant to the officer who's on duty only happened Monday to Thursday during the time period when you're here.
A backup from a Haymarket police
Yes.
officer, yes, sir.
Yes. Because we're not talking about Prince William backup. We're
I would say
talking about
the officers have backup in the evening, and also during the day from Prince William County.
Of course.
But yes, a secondary officer from Prince William County, from Haymarket PD is here during the day only.
But when I was approached concerning the sergeant's promotion to lieutenant, I was told he would remain on the street. What you're saying technically is that he still was on the street, but he didn't have a schedule. But him not being on the street and having a schedule actually added to the stress of the other 4 officers who were covering all the schedule. Bear with me here. If you have 6 officers who are part of the department and 2 are backup, they don't have a schedule, the other 4 takes the blunt of the coverage. Because you nor the lieutenant were taking a shift. What I saw and what I liked was what you put together for November schedule, where you were on the street by yourself 3 days out of the 30-day month. That is what the schedule, November schedule did. The lieutenant also, I think, 16 days, and then there were 5 of them that he was by himself. I like that schedule. One of the questions I have, because those are the facts. It doesn't matter how you twist or how it is that you may explain it away. Those are the facts for the November schedule. You were on duty by yourself 3 days out of the 30-day month, and the lieutenant was there for 17 days, and I think 5 of them by himself.
Yes,
and
sir.
I love that schedule. My question is, and that's why I started this whole thing by sharing, I don't see any verbiage of defunding. I don't see any verbiage of reduction in force. That this is just an exercise to see what it is. And there were some great points that were brought up as the things that we need to address. Bob raised 2 points, believe it or not, 2 great points concerning a desk for Prince William County and also a desk for state police. That's something that we should be looking in for them to come and maybe just sit here. You know what it does to a motorist just to see a state trooper vehicle? You know, right? Because you know how it feels when one of them pull behind you on 66. But my question coming from this observation is...
Wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah. My question coming from this observation is, if there is a replacement for the officer who just left, would this coverage change where the chief is not on the street, very minimum, and would it change with the lieutenant on the street also minimum? That's the big question that I have, because I'm in total support of replacing this officer. But what I fear, and I don't know if fear is a good word, but what I would wish not to happen is an officer join the ranks, now it beef back up to 6 full-time officers, and then we go back to status quo, which is 2 officers just doing backup Monday to Thursday, 8 to 6. I just don't think we need to go back to that type of coverage. And I think we can do better at better coverage. So again, this whole exercise has nothing to do with defunding. I don't know what citizens are coming to speak about, because we're not talking about defunding. As a matter of fact, Mr. Mayor, I will publicly state it, that if you have any intention of defunding the police or reducing the police force, I'm running for mayor next term.
I am not looking.
I'm just telling you quite frankly, because I don't see that as being your intent. But I'm telling you that if I find out that is your intent, I will run against you next term. But I don't see this in this exercise. I just don't see it. I don't see defunding. I see a legit exercise that has been conducted, and you've done something, and that's why I told the chief couple days ago, maybe a week ago, that's why I stepped back from being the liaison. because the mayor took on a project that he was working on, and I felt it was necessary for me to step out of the role as liaison, because there would have been conflicts. There would have been conflicts as to what he was doing inside the PD, and then for me to go inside the PD. And until you, Mr. Mayor, give me further directive, that's where I'm going to stay. When you're finished with this exercise and you think that there's more things that, and if the council sees fit for me to continue being the liaison, that is what I will continue doing. But I felt it necessary to step back as liaison and let you do the work which you have put it together, and it has caused a lot of questions for us to answer or seek the answers for them. So again, I just don't see the defunding, and I don't see the reduction in force that's being discussed. But there's some good conversations coming out of it, because the follow-up conversations that you're going to have with the chief, now the chief is going to come forward and said, well, maybe I do need a part-time admin. Maybe, you know, it's not the full-time officer that he needs right now. Maybe he is going to say he needs that admin who can do certain things that's on the list of admin stuff to do. So those are just my observation going through this exercise. And I thank you again for going through it and doing it. But I'm serious about running. I'm serious, because I just don't see it, and that's why I'm saying it. And I don't want to run for mayor. I feel like I have more, my voice is better as a council member. But if it's there, and if it's the intent is there, Mr. Mayor, you're going to have a hard time.
My intent is not to defund or to reduce the force. My intent is to understand this, to make it as efficient and as effective as possible within budget.
Can I make two comments? Number one, I see this as not just an exercise. And a RIF is reduction in force. If we do not hire this sixth position, that is a RIF. Any way you look at it, you are not hiring a position, that's a RIF. Now, what I would like to see, Mr. Mayor, and to my fellow councilman and council lady, the vice mayor, is I'd like to be able to assure our chief and his department that the sixth position is still being considered, but no other positions are being considered to be done away with. And I'll tell you why that's important, because he's got at least one, if not two officers already applying, because they're concerned they are not going to have a job. So if you as the mayor and this council we can look at this chief and tell him the sixth position is up in the air, and I've accepted that now. I don't agree with it, but everyone here said we're going through this exercise. We'll make that determination. It may or may not get hired. I can accept that at this point. But if we can tell this chief we are not looking at reducing any other positions, I think that's going to go a long way to keeping this chief and his team of professionals together.
Let me make one comment. As you saw from my schedule exercise, we can't reduce any further. And I was utilizing the part-time force because I didn't understand that they're there as diamonds in the rough, trying to just be there in the need. You know, if that's the case, you know, we got to take them out of the equation. We got to do the exercise again and say, yeah, it doesn't fit, right? I mean, that's the whole point of these exercises. So I don't plan on reducing anymore. I was just questioning whether this other person was needed, and we had to go through these exercises, raise these type of questions, and get a good dialogue to say, yeah, we know where we stand now. This is what we need to do. And so that's what I'm trying to do here. And I did want to try and do it today, mainly because I don't want to keep kicking this down. We've already pushed it off 2 months. So
I appreciate you saying that, and I'm sure the chief and his officers, especially the ones I've talked to, appreciate you saying that, Mr. Mayor, and so thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, Bob, you had a question?
No, I don't have questions to comment. Councilman Shannon, I understand your concern. And I'll be honest with you, I would have been really forthright if it were my intent to either not replace the sixth officer or reduce it further. You would have known it by now, because we would have suggested a budget cut to their full-time salary budget line item, and I don't think anybody's gone down that road, nor do I think anybody wants to or has any intent. I don't think anybody up here has any intent to either not fill the position at some point in time, whether it's immediately or 2 months down the road. And I certainly don't believe that anybody here wants to make any additional cuts. So if the officers are concerned about that, they're more than welcome to come see me, because I've got no intent to do that, and I'll fight to the end on that one.
Thank you, thank you.
Any more questions before we move on? Hold on, Joe, go ahead.
If I could see the chief's face, I would tell him, but his camera's not on.
Battery died.
Battery died on my computer, sir.
You can come stand in front of mine.
Well, okay, not important. I have no
didn't hear me
intent.
say.
Personally, I have no intention of, morale is really critical to the police force. Morale is critical to the staff. I think this is a really important exercise that we're going through. I'm glad we're doing it. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being the trigger for this discussion. I think it's something that we needed to have, and I'm not sure there's been this kind of transparency in discussions in a long time in this town, at least my experience. But I have no intention of, I like the coverage, the comfort of being 24/7 and not having to worry and knowing that somebody's around, or and if they're not, we're being backfilled by at least the county or someone else. So I don't have any intention of trying to cut these guys. And I think that's an important message, and I hope they're watching this and listening to it tonight, which I suspect they may be. And they should understand that. And by the way, I love Randy too, so that's all I have for now.
I saw a foot patrol yesterday.
We saw a foot patrol yesterday.
Yeah.
Marshall, do you have anything?
Just that this portion of the conversation focused on the Lenny detail. I've added noticed my comments before that when we support such details, that there be some accommodation of wear and tear on town vehicles. I believe the amendment to the contract addresses fuel and maintenance of the vehicles that are being used to support that detail. And so I'm fine with that. I think the term was moonlighting after hours. As long as those elements are accommodated, I'm supportive of that. As I said before, I really think we need to reaffirm the expectations for level of service and coordinate that with the chief and go from there. Whether it's overlapping details, overlapping schedules, we really need to have that coordinated effort and bring that forward. I am frustrated by and maybe this is my initiation into politics, local politics, but I am frustrated by the perception of the defunding of the police. We have to have an ability to be able to question or ask questions about operations and be able to validate our expense through the budget to support that. So I would recommend with the next, if we're at that point now, that with Monday's item, I still feel like we need to support and we need to hire that position. But there seems to be multiple sort of exercises here between the budget, between levels of service, between questions about, managing the schedule. All of that, I think, is still worthy of discussion, but I think the premise is that we still hire this position and then go through that exercise. But I really think that any work product that comes out of this discussion tonight should be, what is the expectation, what is the level of service that's anticipated, and how do we adjust the schedule to manage that, and then everything will fall into place. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, I don't want to drag it on, Joe. Make it quick.
Yeah, it was something that escaped me, but earlier there was discussion about police presence and PWC and VSP, and I just wanted to say that I support that as not something that supplants or undermines our police department, but that is a complement to it. We have that higher visibility. I think that is just so excellent if we could have that. So I would support that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on. I'll let you mute. Okay, there's volunteering. Like I said, this is kind of dragging on, so I'll make it quick. All I pretty much said here is that if looking at the liabilities that we saw within Laney, they also address volunteering. So understanding the policies that are in place, making sure that all
Mayor,
the stuff is done.
can you unmute?
And click, 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 click.
Wasting time.
Okay, yeah, volunteering, I don't want to really drag it on. We've kind of covered that a little bit from the Laney details. You know, I just want to make sure that we cover all our liabilities, making sure that, you know, we have policies in place, you know, which discusses vetting the people before they do come on board, making sure that we understand what accesses they have or privileges to the equipment within the office they have, and just making sure that they're insured for anything that they do, so that you know, nobody hurts from either side. I don't know if there's any comments that people really want to make on that at this point, or if you're all set to move on. Okay, we'll move on.
Let Chief go first.
So I don't have, my computer died, so I don't have Zoom. But your question specifically, are volunteers vetted? Yes, they are. What access do they have? They only have access to things that are assigned by me. So basically, the current volunteer that we have has the same access you do when you're in our police department. No access to the evidence room, no access to the VSIN room where sensitive documents and computer where he can look up anything. It's the same as what you have as far as the areas where he can go. And the background check was run on him, a criminal history check and a driving check. And I sent you that email from VML. I called and specifically asked them, you know, is he covered? And they told me yes, which I forwarded to you guys. As long as they're doing duties assigned by the town administrators, in this case, the police chief. And that would cover your volunteers as well for Haymarket Day, if they're driving a golf cart or, you know, any, it would cover everybody, according to the VML representative in the email I sent you.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief, how many hours on average a week does the individual put in?
It varies. It's up to him. We don't pressure him for anything. If you can help, great. If you can't,
Okay.
then so be it. It's just not. It's not something we count on.
And I love that. I love to see the contributions. It's just I want to make sure that he's covered as well.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Good point.
Okay, next thing, this is, I think, more of a question for the council members, and like I brought up with Justin Purcell and with Ada, you know, what is our escalation policy? I think that's something that we all need to understand. We need to review it from time to time so that we do know it, because, you know, if somebody alleges a complaint on the chief, that's going to come directly to us because we are his higher-ups. We need to understand what type of guidelines they give for punishments for certain offenses, and I'm assuming that this probably identifies that. I haven't looked at it, but I did want to raise those questions to make sure that, you know, this is up to date, it gets reviewed regularly, and we understand it, because we are the people who are accountable at that point.
Legit.
I think one of the problems that we got into, Mr. Mayor, I think one of the problems that we got into with the last council was the position of the highest elected official being the acting town manager, who in essence was told the chief that he was his boss instead of the entire council. So I think by default, the observations and questions that you have concerning a complaint, how it would be addressed, would somehow work itself out because of the position that this new council has taken. That means if there is a complaint against the chief, it would never come to me as a liaison. It would come to the mayor and the council, because that's where it would go. And that's where this council has actually put itself in the rightful position where it belongs. There's no one person who the chief reports to. There's no one individual that the town manager reports to. The chief executive is you, of course, but it's the council in its entirety that's that these complaints or any issues that would go to. So I think we have corrected it by default by addressing the position of the highest elected official not being the acting town manager.
And I did try to include that by quoting our charter.
Yes, sir.
That says it's their, what did it say, hold office at the pleasure of the council.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Bob?
Let me get back to my, yeah, this is a topic that I, quite frankly, ordinarily wouldn't even bother with, but, given the environment that we're in, and given the propensity of some people to say things probably without basis, or let me correct that, possibly without basis, and to make a point, causes problems for others. And there was a complaint, if you want to call it that, made in a public forum before another public body, which sort of raised this issue for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be thinking about it. But I think that in order for us to be prepared for any questions that might arise on any of these particular types of issues, whether it's with the volunteer policy or with the PD complaint policy, since most of us, and perhaps all of us, don't have any sort of written documentation plans, whatever the procedural or policy issues are, or whatever the requirements for dealing with, well, in this case, let's say a complaint against chief, somebody got mad at you and they're complaining about, you brutalized them by towering over them and threatening them.
True.
I think just in case it ever happens, and God, I hope it doesn't, but I mean, just given what I've seen, for example, in recent months in Prince William County, I think we need to familiarize ourselves with the policy. I know what the policies used to be. I haven't reviewed them in 12 years, but I think it would be a good thing for everybody at this dais to get a copy of them and familiarize themselves with them, just in case, because we're living in some really odd times.
I think everybody's content, just in case. Joe or Marchant, anything? Okay, my document steer left me. But the only thing left...
Oh, I thought you looked at the agenda.
No, it's the only thing left on this is the future. What I'm pretty much saying is, hey, we know development's going on ridiculously around here. You got Del Webb to the west. You got whatever's that Leitner and Utterback that we just did a review on. That's adding 250 houses. You got down south of us, off of Somerset, which I think is called Virginia Crossing. I think that's a huge development. And then,
150.
You got that John Marshall Commons right up on the east side. We got a lot of stuff coming in. So what we need to start thinking about is maybe a 5-year vision. How can we efficiently use Prince William County to our benefit instead of letting them use us to their benefit? What can we do? I would love to see all of our tool sets be pretty much paid for and funded by Prince William County, in which we're using them because there is that mutual agreement between us. And just, some type of 5-year vision of where we want to try and be, which was mentioned, including maybe a desk for Prince William County or VSP. But just looking at the future, Those were pretty much my comments on, you know, what we could do and questions associated with those comments. I didn't know if anybody wanted to add on to that.
Yes, you're right. With all the building coming down, we got to look ahead. And I want to clarify to Mr. Weir over there that you have stated since we started that you were not opposed to funding that 6th position or hiring. So I just wanted you to know I heard you. So
Thank you.
that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, but I also forgot to include our internal development, right? Especially if we end up adding another 78 townhouses to that property
well,
that's already projected to have 80-something townhouses.
I'm not going to support it. I don't think. Say that. Yeah, we had this.
Okay, you're back. Chris, you could move on. I think we're done with this. We'll go to the presentation slides again.
Didn't we already do this?
Okay, the next slide, what I'm showing here in the next slides, of course, are all the questions that I threw out there and we discussed. They are a good point to figure out what we've answered, what we haven't. If anybody wants to review these, they can. Next page is the follow-up on all the other questions. And then, of course, the next slide, our future. What I'm looking at seeing is I think we got the admin department in a good situation where with our priorities list, all we got to do is add to it and just do standard continuous improvements by doing do, check, act, and plan. Police department, we still have a little work to do. I definitely want to see us getting in the green. As you can see, the box isn't fully visible, but I don't want it to be fully visible because I shouldn't have to be micromanaging every operation that's going on in there. That's what the chief's for. But I do want to get that communication in which we understand what's going on, and so that we can schedule staffing appropriately. We can allocate the proper funding to keep the staffing as we are increasing. You know, like I said, 5-year plan, so we know how we're going to be collaborating with Prince William County and just fully utilize Prince William County to the most extent and get our buck worth out of them. That kind of sums it up. I leave I step down from the floor and leave it up to anybody who wants to comment.
You know, the Prince William County, you know, they have a new police chief coming in.
From DC.
So that's going to be very interesting. And I don't know, Chief, do you have a meeting with him? Normally, would you have a meet? I mean, Jared Phipps, I know well.
Yes, sir. We have quarterly meetings with all the police chiefs from all the different agencies and cities within Prince William County.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anybody else before I move on? Okay, we'll move on. Next item is closed session.
So I would recommend that we have Mr. Krim do the closed session to discuss the email that we received earlier.
Martin, before you get into that, given the topic, and we have the authority to do it, and I think, given the circumstances, I'd like for staff to remain online for this closed session, if you don't see any issue with that.
Unmute yourself, Martin.
Unmute yourself. Unmute. Like, open your mouth.
I'm sorry.
Good
yes.
job.
It's past my bedtime. So I would suggest we keep Chris and Emily on the line if they're available, but I don't think we need Roberta for the discussion with regard to the QBE property.
All right, good for you, Roberto. See ya.
See you, Roberto. And thank you, Chief.
Roberta has a dress shirt and pajamas on.
Yeah.
Right, also don't need G. Okay. I couldn't hear, was somebody making a motion to enter the closed session?
No, I just asked if you could make the motion.
I can't hear you, Chris. You're on mute.
I just asked if
Make
you
the
can make the
motion.
motion.
Oh, you want me to make the motion? Okay. So the motion would be to enter closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711, A7 and A8 with regard to threatened litigation and legal matters requiring advice of counsel, specifically the QBE proper and special use permit applications.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Now if we can stop that.
All right, now hold on, give me 1 second.
Has Kimberly cut us off?
Hold on, that's what, she's delayed, so. She can't do both.
Oh. What happens when you live in Remington?
Sorry, Marchant.
She only has cold.
Didn't someone make a suggestion to start work session at 6? I remembered someone making that suggestion.
Okay, we're back on.
Are we gonna note that we're reconvened, or you're bringing us back in?
Okay, closed session is over, so we can reconvene.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the council certify that in the closed session just concluded, nothing was discussed except the matter or matters specifically identified in the motion to convene in closed session and lawfully permitted to be discussed in closed session under the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as cited in the motion.
So moved.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Because we're so dispersed here.
That's right. Weir,
Aye.
Pater,
Aye.
Shannon,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Passanello,
Yes.
Schneider.
Yes.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask for.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Let's adjourn.
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Come on, we got 6 minutes.
That's
Let's
even
let's
our
just go. We
echo
got
there.
6 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
I heard me vote 3 times on this.
Wow, Kim did not waste any time. She's
gone.
gone.
Good meeting, team. Good
Sorry to
meeting.
drag it on, guys.
4 hours.
So our meeting next Monday should go pretty sharp.
Let's hope.